increase the intensity of the AI of the monsters, especially the bugs. They increase headshot damage you take. That I can show direct proof of right now. This is before the update, the headshot damage you took. This is after the update. And headshot damage does not care about armor because our helmets are all the same. Which they kind of changed that. Before we had helmets you could wear that reduce headshot damage, but they removed that too. Whatever. It was like a hidden buff. They also increased the headshot rate. Because I'm getting headshot a lot more often. I have hunters jumping from Narnia, and they're more accurate now thanks to the AI intensity increase. What the? And they headshot me consistently from deep, and more often than before. It's not, and it shouldn't be too hard to show that. I'll do my best to get old footage. I have like a terabyte of gameplay recorded. And not to mention the way they swarm you is not normally, bro. They be freaking side strafing you to get around you, and they just form a unit. They form a circle around you. It's gotten to the point now I'm getting swarmed, and they force me to the ground, and I'm prone. I can't stand up. That is crazy in so many ways, and it's just never happened before, ever.
Yep.
I have hundreds of hours playing this game. All I was just like sitting with the game open and making videos, but still, I play the game a lot. Never happened until after the patch dropped. They also made it so we have more patrols or something to do with more enemy spawning, which wouldn't be a big deal, but they nerfed weapons. They nerfed weapons that people were using to handle certain mobs. And it's very strange. And some of the nerfs they made, like to Railgun for instance, was only, I believe, most because of a bug that still exists in the game. Lets you two-shot Battle Titans easily, whereas it takes
I think my
insane charge
wolf
to rip the
will,
armor off a charger's leg. It is strange.
will morph soon.
It's also
That's
weird
cool.
that double Titan hunts are now missing. A mission that I liked a lot. Gone. Normally found at level 5, now I can't find it at all. And I feel as though they made it to where missions that you go and hunt things like chargers specifically have a lower chance to spawn or to be available. The changes they listed, like nerfing the primary weapons, it just doesn't, like, why would you nerf the breaker? 3 shots, really? You remove 3 shots? For who? The folks that are mad at the meta slaves, the people that play meta, even though people will always play meta because meta just means the most effective tactic available. That will always be available. There will always be a more efficient way to do things, aka the meta. You can change it, you can flip it around, sure, but if you're trying to appease those people, you're already losing. You've already lost the plot. It's crazy. And the sad thing too is now you have those folks that are like, you guys are meta, blah blah blah. They're gonna see me make this video and other folks make videos like this and say, you're just bad, skill issue. It's like, what I'm showing you is real. This is not, I'm not just saying, oh guys, I can't handle it anymore, it's just tough. And what's really rough too, before this update, I was having so much fun. I think I made a tweet the day before the update came out because I didn't know it was gonna happen actually. And I said, this is the best game I've ever played. I'm having a blast. CEO's base, blah blah blah. And I was having a great time. I could do solo hell dive, and it was challenging in a way that was meaningful, it was enjoyable. And then the update happens, and I log in, excited to play, and I freaking raged the moment I realized what's happening, getting hit harder than ever. Because by the way, headshots that happen more often now and hit harder, they ignore armor, because helmets are the same. So we're taking 60% plus around there, more than half HP. From a single
still
headshot.
too high.
You get headshot twice, you're dead, regardless of armor. You could have 200 armor rating, and you're dead. So it's like, what was like? Why
I don't know,
you
actually,
fix
it seems
armor?
okay. Seems okay.
Because people were saying, oh, we're getting kind of rolled here, and we're wearing light armor. So you fix armor, and now we take more damage than we did before, wearing the heaviest armor in the game. That is crazy. No? Is that not crazy to y'all? It's just. Who are these changes for? And y'all say a game for everyone is a game for no one. Right now you're making a game for the smallest amount of people possible. It's the weirdos that think that arbitrary difficulty is cool. Ah man, this game's so tough, guys. Ain't it awesome? It's like, yeah, it's difficult, but it's not fun to play anymore. Congrats. And their plans, as far as I've seen, are to decrease heavy spawns. Fighting the heavy monsters is fun. It's just that you took away the tools. You took away like the tool that was meaningful, because the railgun was good because you had 20 shots and it was easy to rip armor off chargers, and you could also two-shot Battle Titans with the PS5 bug. But the thing is, even if I want to use other weapons, which I do, I play all kinds of weapons, they're not good in some cases. Autocannon sucks against Battle Titans. You can't do anything. You destroy the sacks underneath it, and then what? You can't kill it. Takes you like maybe 200 shots, maybe, because the bullets just reflect off everything. Then you give us things that increase the cooldown for our stratagems. hey guys, just go ahead and use stratagems. We went ahead and nerfed stuff because we want you guys to use more stratagems. And then the modifiers, bro. 50% to 100% increased stratagem cooldown time. That's crazy. My cooldowns go from being around like maybe 4 minutes to 7. Just for the basic ones. The mech goes from 10 minutes to 15 minutes. And then you have increased drop down time. So now I can't even drop down a stratagem where I want it to and land on a monster efficiently. And then you give us the thing that makes it so we call in orbitals and they miss. What the and then you remove stratagems against certain on certain planets with certain modifiers. What's going on? I don't mind the EMS jammer thing because I can destroy it. I can get rid of it. There's counterplay. But these modifiers are so bad. And it's not necessarily your fault in that regard. A bunch of games do modifiers, and for some reason folks don't realize that they're just garbage. Like players and devs alike and folks that make games alike. Modifiers are so trash 99% of the time. They're done so bad because they're not fun to play against. They don't do anything. You know what's fun? Playing Helldivers 2 and seeing different monsters that have different ways to attack them and kill them. That's counterplay. That's engaging. That's fun. You learn. I don't learn to play around a long cooldown. I just sit there like, oh, I gotta wait. There's nothing to learn. There's no counterplay. It's so whack. And that's been in the game. It's not like that's been in the game. But now that we have all these changes happening, it definitely makes it a lot worse, which I've always hated. Dude, I hate modifiers. You don't understand. Maybe you do from that quick little snippet there, but I hate them so freaking much. Because there's so many more cool ways you can go about changing your game to try and make it more challenging in a way that entices people to get better and enjoy it. And by get better, I mean learn. I don't mean get better as in 8 more shots, bro. Just to learn, to adapt in a meaningful way. New update, it just ain't it, man. And I really hope that going forward they can realize that, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. Not because they're showing themselves to not be aligned in that manner. It just depends. And it all comes down to how they try and go about this stuff. I think the best play right now, revert the AI change that increased the intensity, reduce the headshot damage. Let's be real, that's ridiculous. Go back to what it was. Go back to what the pre-patch was. Railgun can stay changed, but make it make more sense. You should not need 95% charge twice to break a charger's leg armor. That's crazy. You don't need to decrease the heavy spawn rate and the elite spawn rate. Just give us the weapons that we need to deal with them. Make them usable, make them viable. You know what's not fun? Having to sit there and say, hey Carl, my build's for clearing all the small ads, you're for killing the big guys, you're across the map, I need you here now, I'll wait. Unless you enjoy that kind of reliance on your teammates. Me, not a big fan. I like taking the stratagems I need to handle basically everything that I would have to in that fight. And at the moment, it works really well against the automatons, but versus the bugs, Battle Titans are just strong against a bunch of support weapons. They're impervious to autocannons. You can break the stacks underneath, but then what? You do nothing. The arc thrower can kill them, but it takes a cajillion shots unless you have a PS5 player in your party, and in which case you do a bunch more damage. At least I do. And it just that's a big problem, I think. There's not enough counterplay versus those things. And then versus chargers, it still takes a bunch of damage as well. I feel the automatons are somehow more balanced, and they have been more balanced than the bugs. I believe that most support weapons should be good against the majority of content in the game. Such as making flamethrower good against Battle Titans. It's not. Autocannon good against Battle Titans. It's not. Making it so you can handle all these situations with different weapons in unique and engaging ways. That way, you're not feeling left out when there's a Battle Titan and you're using a weapon that just doesn't do anything against it. When you have a support weapon on you. There's some examples where it wouldn't make that much sense. Like grenade launcher, I don't care if it can do that, although it may be able to. I haven't really tried it. But yeah, new patch just simply isn't it. I still play the game though, and I plan to. I have a decent time. I just know that I could have a much better time if they just reverted all these stealth changes. Guaranteed. And I do plan on trying to do some more solo hell dives. I did one before they made these changes, because I was working on other stuff. And also make guides for different weapons and whatnot. I still got plans to play the game. I just know that the experience could be that much better if they made the right choices. And they did. The right choices were already there. I don't know. Anywho, thanks for watching. Have a good day. Peace.
Hello. Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and I'm back. I took a day off, went across the border, and I witnessed the most insane amounts of engagement farming accounts. It actually really invoked me to come back and sort of talk about something. Now ladies and gentlemen, Twitter, or as it known as X, has gotten dramatically worse. Ever since they introduced ad sharing, people have been sharing some of the most brain dead takes, all to accumulate $20 a month. I'm not even kidding. If you want to talk about the worst ad pay rates, it's probably Twitter monetization. I feel like anybody that says I made more than $300 is lying. Dog, this is the only platform where you can make like hundreds of
Sorry, it blasted me. I didn't mean to. I don't know why my volume key went to
millions of impressions and get like literally paid.
Yeah, you couldn't pay me to go to Twitter. I've never voluntarily gone to Twitter. I've never done it.
Math. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this doesn't stop grifters and individuals from posting some of the most brain-dead shit, all for the sake of, like, paying off that Starbucks order for the day. Now, of course, engagement bait is not something new. One of the articles that I actually read that I wanted to talk about was Resident Evil 5 is just too racist for a remake. Now, last time I remember playing this game...
Where's my bow? God damn it, you threw the wrong bow away. You son of a bitch.
Last time I checked, you know, they didn't have a clan head skin for Chris Redfield running around Africa fighting the infected. Now, this is sort of an old historical trope from Resident Evil 5's actual development cycle, where unfortunately it was actually confounded with allegations of the old racism. Why? It's because Chris Redfield, the white guy from Raccoon City, flies all the way over to Africa to like shoot up infected zombies. Now, obviously, you can imagine that the majority ethnicity of Africa is probably African, black. So I don't know where this whole expectation of where the Japanese people at, okay? Where's the diversity at in Uganda, is what I'm wondering. And of course, Resident Evil 5 looked at Gears of War and decided it needed a slice of that gray, edgy, and bloated pie. It's not a bad game, but I'd struggle to describe it as anything more than a pale imitation. Where in the fuck did Gears of War and Resident Evil 5, aside from using the cover system 4 times in the game, actually amount to any similarity? It also has mandatory co-op, so if you're playing alone, removing the little horror. Where's the memorandum that says Resident Evil was scary? It wasn't, okay? When you utter lines like, oh man, you almost turned into a Jill sandwich. Guess what, okay? Taxes are scarier than Resident Evil, alright? The fucking IRS is scarier than Umbrella. And of course, I was still in primary school when RE5 was unveiled, so my understanding of racism and the historical role it plays in the global socio-political culture was fairly lacking. I just wanted to murder zombies with my friends. Yeah, for a game called Resident Evil 5, that's pretty much how we want it to go into. The awkward marketing, eager to focus on a white man waltzing into an impoverished town only to murder its inhabitants. The moment Chris and Sheva venture into the swamplands and are immediately assaulted by natives donning bamboo skirts, whose main mode of combat is throwing homemade spears, while screaming in a dialect that feels ripped straight out of an insensitive 30s cartoon. Yeah, it's kind of what the marshlands of uncivilized parts of the world is like. It's like going to uncivilized Amazonian jungles, you know, uncivilized parts of like, you know, the Latin America, so to speak. Look, I don't think I have to. Like, I don't think I have to explain this game's story over here. All right, yes, there are places in the world where society has not touched. Okay. Now, this one account also proves that basic math is too hard for Twitter users to do. Obviously, that was an article we just read, but if you actually read over here, for instance, some people have discovered that subtracting numbers all leads to 6. Oh my god, is this satanic? 66666? Why 6? Now, of course, if you ever noticed, a clock is normally opposite of half the number, so yeah, I guess you can answer yourself why subtracting 7 by 1 gives you 6. Subtracting single-digit mathematics have never been such a filter when it came to Twitter, okay? This is the best goddamn site in existence. I swear to God. It's the best. It's like the Fermi paradox of social media. It just filters the brain dead. But for instance, one of the actual accounts that I saw posting was, tomboys are not hot. I repeat, tomboys are not hot. Attraction to tomboys is homosexuality, and women shouldn't be working outside. What kind of a man?
Oh my god.
Alright, let's throw in some gender roles here. So this individual is known as Hannah Barron. Okay, now if you've been following her account, she's been kind of blowing up the last few days because she does a lot of, like, you know, construction work. She does a lot of work outside, whether it be for her family or her dad or whatnot. She's an outgoing girl. She ain't sitting behind keeping gender norms behind her. Now, of course, what I really find weird about this is, like, this almost growing contingent of, oh my god, girls are actually doing fishing and hunting and working out? Ooh, if you like them, it might mean you're gay. I think being attracted to a woman just automatically makes you straight, but you do you, king. Again, it's not necessarily to spread a message, it's to engage in the algorithm. It's to impression farm, okay? Much like Farmer Brown. Farmer Twitter loves to basically make rage bait, all for the sake of making like $20 on the site. Now, of course, Plastic decided to gain sentience and post, "This accent needed to be illegal and women should be banned for doing manual labor like this." Now, I remember this account because they were basically glazing Andrew Tate during their like peak. You know, basically, like, you know the whole, like, Future meme, like, the rapper Future, and he, like, opens the book, Why Women Deserve Less? This is, like, the actual personification of, like, yeah, women do deserve less. The kitchen, I'm gonna handcuff myself to it. Crazy stuff here. Crazy shit, all right? Insane. There is nothing feminine about American women. American women are literally men. So, okay, the accent was one that was brought up. Now, so I'm going to let you listen to the accent first off. We're gonna get this together as an audience and see. I'm going to ask her the comments. Do you think this is an unattractive accent?
Good morning, y'all. Quick update on the house, because I've been pretty terrible about giving y'all these. We took a little break for noodling season and to put out boxes. Now that it's dried in, we can do it at our own pace. But here she is. We're going to stain all that wood brown. And the shutters when we get that on.
She literally is just talking about, you know, this is like one innocent person on the internet just doing like cool stuff daily. This is the kind of stuff I love to see in the algorithm, okay? Woodworking videos, you know, people doing cool stuff around their houses, you know, people like me who like, hey guys, you want to make Billy the ultimate virtual machine computer? Just creative stuff. And, you know, her accent, all right, is a Southern accent. Now, I generally believed, okay, I generally assumed as a North American, we all unanimously agree that the Jersey accent was by far the worst one available. I don't know when that changed, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, nothing is more unattractive than jealousy, which is what the original post was. Now, of course, this individual got ratioed, but of course, 56.5 million views actually matters. That means they earned enough for a quarter-pounder meal at McDonald's at this point with the way prices are going. And then, of course, to cope post later, they go, Lebanese women are literally perfect, and they are actually feminine, unlike estrogen what the fuck? Estrogen-deficient American women who hold the record for highest testosterone levels in the world. Dude, I swear to God. Americans be like, we're the number one in everything. And then, of course, obviously, thank God for the community notes. Estrogen varies by many factors. Average national age, weather, and diet can change levels. There is no evidence that the USA has low estrogen or holds the record for highest female testosterone. High estrogen is linked to infidelity and breast cancer? What? You can cheat? No way! It's crazy how, like, through just reading engagement bait, you two can learn about what is a feminine steroid all in the same day. Like, even if you hate me, at least you learn something medical out of it too. Christ, I might save this for later. I like learning. Here's the next cope post here. High-value American women should become passport bros. Don't they deserve better than the filth they are limited to in their own country? I want to show you the filth right here. Here's Hannah basically capturing fishes, all right? She's down in the dirty. She's going in. She's going to, like, Lara Croft right here. Now, of course, this is just somebody vibing and enjoying their life, and I can absolutely appreciate it. They're out there helping these critters, for crying out loud. This bitch is complaining about somebody that she's obviously jealous of. Now, I love when they're, like, passport bros. Like, dude. Hey, guys. Can't cut it in your home country? Better fly somewhere out in the middle of nowhere where people have less choices. Or they only marry you because they want to come to a country that actually has some more value. Jesus Christ. And then, of course, nothing is complete for her without glazing Melania Trump for some reason, just down there. Now, this is where I love the most. This is where you can tell even her actual audience doesn't find her funny, okay? Most physically attractive Ladies and gentlemen, this is the worst result here. You know, Levantine women came at 5.5%. Eastern European came at 22%. Everyone here was like 72.5% American, okay? No. Hold up. God, don't you just hate it when you try to sneeze and it doesn't come? God! But you get coughs instead. Get out of here, dude. I hate it when... That's the worst feeling in the world. When you want to sneeze and you just can't. Liberate America from tomboy occupation. Now at this point I'm pretty sure she's trying to troll, but she doesn't have the humor to necessarily necessitate that. I love this response right over here too, it's crazy. Jealous lol, most guys would rather have a girl like this than some girly wimpy princess? And she's like, are you... Dude, McLarens don't go 0 to 100 than that response. Jesus Christ. Man, somebody left this poor woman scorned. Jesus Christ. Now, of course, I've never seen classiness like this. Obviously, Hannah decided, yeah, I'm just going to respond to this. And her response was quite possibly the best one that I've ever seen out of all of this bullshit. Listen to this.
Good morning, y'all. I don't have a Twitter. I did at one point, but my account got removed for whatever reason. And I just hadn't got around to making another account. But apparently I'm trending.
Dude, I don't know. Did she post something based or something? How you getting banned on Twitter these days? You can post whatever you want.
On Twitter right now because some girl said that my accent should be illegal. Women shouldn't do manual labor.
What?
American women are basically men, and she just said that I was not feminine.
You are beautifully feminine. What the fuck are you talking about? You are beautifully feminine. Whatever.
She is, so that should tell you how relevant this person is. But I just think it's hilarious because I grew up as the weird kid in high school who hunted and fished too much because back then it wasn't cool for women to hunt or fish or the whole country lifestyle. And I'm so proud of all the women in the outdoors now who are making that more cool or popular. So proud of us. I think we're doing great. But I've been helping Dad build houses since I was 15. When I was a senior in high school, I taught kids how to weld in ag class. So I've done manual labor. When I think of manual labor, I think of what my dad did. I'm nowhere near that. I just help as much as I can, and I try. And it's fun. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of blue-collar women out there who are also feminine. And so I just think that you should embrace your own individuality.
Bro, I've never seen somebody this classy, man. That's crazy. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, man, trust me, compared to like a plastic Barbie, I would much rather people be like this. Jen, for instance, my wife, she's a great person at this point when it comes to like getting stuff fixed. You want to talk about side quests? Anytime we go places and something fucks up in the car or something actually messes up, me and her are like teammates on it. Trust me, ladies who hate people like this, guys would much rather prefer being with individuals that can get their hands dirty and have fun with you, all right? At the same time, it's pretty much how it goes. But of course, for engagement farmers like these people, it's not necessarily what it's about. So of course, they didn't take their ratio gracefully. They obviously had to bring in more politics into this nonsense. The mascots of the American conservative movement. Shut the. God damn. But of course, even better than that are the fake rich guys that I found on the internet too. For instance, this is NFT Nick. All right, here's him in his NYC penthouse, and I want you guys to watch this real quick. It is quite possibly the most engineered douchebag that I've ever seen.
Yo, cheers to all the Twitter haters who said I don't own my...
He broke character. Like, he literally smirked and laughed. He broke character. He broke it. Get out of here.
Miami house. I'll have you know I had the staff load up my jet so I could fly out here to my New York City penthouse pied-à-terre. Anyways, while you're click-clacking on Twitter from your mom's basement, I'll be sitting here sipping from my $5,000 bottle of champagne. Remember, choose rich.
And the best part is like people go into the comments here and they're like, hold on, that champagne costs less than $85. I mean, they literally found out the exact bottle. God dang! The internet's dirty. Now, of course, when it comes to these get-rich-quick gurus, the best part is like when he keeps responding. Now, obviously, this is a troll. Okay, this isn't an actual honest to God troll. Like, this person's not like NFT rich or whatever. They're just a goddamn troll. And if you go to their website right here, the nifty free NFTs almost daily, don't bother signing up to this nonsense. Please don't enter this crap. You don't need to be part of the NFT crap to start out with. But anyways, listen to this one. The message to the notes.
Yo, shout out to the Twitter people praying for my downfall while saying my champagne ain't real.
Shut up, faker! You're sham faker. Shut up, sham faker. You're a sham faker. Your champagne's fake, bitch. Shut the fuck up, sham faker.
This guy has to be like a CIA.
Go drink some more fake champagne, bitch. Sham faker.
It's like Bitcoin's going to new record highs. Also, this man starts trending.
Also, Satan lives on Earth and he's a Bitcoin dealer.
Here's one where he's in like, I guess,
or a Bitcoin thief.
Crypto Twitter seemed to be amused.
Wait, hold on.
Crypto Twitter.
Is that your luggage right over there? Interesting. Never really got to unpack in my house, but okay.
By my
And
success.
their rules are fucking
I worked
nasty.
hard to buy that yacht. I worked hard to buy this big ass house. Yet you're out there tweeting at me from your tiny little apartment and itty bitty couch. Well, let me tell you, I made a mindset shift. I chose rich every time. So what life you gonna choose?
Jesus Christ, dude, you sound like a fucking psycho.
Every time, dude.
I chose rich
Now,
every
ladies and
time.
gentlemen, to be honest with you, to be real, I don't know if that's an Airbnb. Maybe that is his house. Who actually knows? But of course, what will never save you is from the internet roasting you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, obviously, engagement farming, it seems like a pretty viable alternative to getting a job at Burger King at the end of the day. Your paycheck might be less. At this point, let me tell you, the entry-level workers at the most entry-level positions are making miles and leagues better than the Twitter farmer. So one has to imagine why somebody does this other than having a fucking humiliation fetish. But yeah, I wanted to look into it because there's been a few interesting examples that have made me kind of laugh. I like to talk about stupid shit like this. But ladies and gentlemen, if you ever consider yourself wanting to jump into the world of engagement farming, please run away. Get help. Get actual help, alright? Because my God, every single person we've seen here has absolutely seen their life being destroyed. Piece by piece. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. And now.
I missed you so much.
I knew where it was. Top shelf of the pantry. But it's not there anymore.
There's Silence of the Sands.
How do you expect me to know
Well,
where anything
I made
is
a
if you keep
suggestion.
moving them all the time?
Why don't you make one?
I've got life and videos to occupy me.
Oh, it's private sessions. I love private sessions. 2 months ago, I didn't watch the private sessions on Starfield. Yeah, we'll do this. Yeah, I don't usually do
So I'm
Starfield
just gonna
videos.
come right out and say it.
I love
think Starfield
private
was a
sessions. I think he's
mistake
very
down to its very
talented.
concept. On paper, the idea of Starfield sounds like the perfect Bethesda game. That go anywhere and do anything concept of theirs taken to its most extreme logical conclusion. It sounds like a match made in heaven, as that concept has been the ultimate goal for many other space games of this class over the decades. Your Star Citizens, Elite Dangerouses, EVE Onlines, and many others. From here on out, I'm just gonna call this vaguely defined genre of large, open-ended space adventure games the big space game. Technically, many of them are classified as space sims. However, Starfield defenders have been using the fact that Starfield isn't technically a space sim as a means of deflecting criticism and comparisons to other space sim games, despite Starfield borrowing heavily from the genre and Todd himself citing many of them as inspirations for Starfield.
No,
So
Starfield
let's
is Fallout
sidestep the
76 in
definition
space.
by using a different label
With
altogether.
planets
I don't think the
that
big
don't mean
space
anything
game
and
genre
don't
has
matter.
been saturated or really has even had its true touchstone game yet. I also think there's a place for a big space game.
Ooh,
that's
there's
less
the
simulation
big wolf's
and
starting to
actually
hit
has
harder.
directed shape. I just don't think Bethesda was up to the task they'd underestimated, as Starfield reflects a lack of understanding of genre and an inability to think beyond the type of game they've been making for 2 decades. This is a hard game to make, and that's mostly due to the combination of scale and genre here. Space is big, and science fiction tends to include a lot of technology that's meant to make the impossible possible. One of the many challenges in game design is to fake scale and to satisfactorily explain why limitations exist beyond just, we don't have the tech and manpower to make a game that big. When you're dealing with something that's, in terms of human scale, nearly infinite, and in terms of modern sensibilities, pure magic, you got a recipe for a lot of headaches as a developer. This is where the scope of a project really comes into play. Scope needs to be defined by the vision for the project. What is this game supposed to be, and what sort of experience is the player supposed to have? Ultimately, I think Bethesda failed to adequately answer either of these questions for themselves when making Starfield, and that's because the answers were either antithetical to the genre and type of game they wanted to make, or weren't in line with what they were used to doing, or they simply lacked the creativity and skill needed to pull them off. The fact that we got tons of interviews and several marketing campaigns for Starfield that never really settled on a succinct pitch indicates to me that there never really was one. If we go by what Pete Hines said during an interview at Gamescom, Todd's pitch was simply, I want to do a massive outer space game and I want to call it Starfield. While there was probably more to the pitch than that, and a pitch to an exec is different than a vision statement to a team, the final product sure does end up feeling like that's about as much as they were working off of for most of the time. It sounds like the hope was that Starfield's identity would form as more systems and content fell into place.
These wolves are like Hitler. They're just on a genocide, basically.
And eventually that would come together to make a cohesive experience.
I gotta say, it's intensely entertaining for some reason. I don't know why this is so entertaining, but it is to me. I had this idea yesterday, and I was like, I will do this tomorrow. Tomorrow I will come to the pig patch with 2 wolves, and I can't believe I've had this thought, but I didn't want to spoil it till I got here. I was like, wolves in the pig patch will be hilarious.
Can help unleash a lot of creativity. It can also lead to a lot of tire spinning and a product that ultimately doesn't commit to anything. Evidence of the tire spinning can be seen when you got Todd admitting that the game wasn't fun until a year before its September 2023 release date. And if there's one thing we can say about Starfield, it's that its disjointed experience never really comes together to mean anything. The problem with the Bethesda game in space idea is that there's a lot of vagueness there that, if left undefined, is going to result in different, incompatible interpretations. As well, I just don't think that their type of game is compatible with the big space game. So let's take it from the top then. What is a Bethesda game? Now, I'm sure some people will disagree with what I'm going to list, but I'd argue Bethesda has essentially been making the same game since March. While the priorities and quality has shifted from project to project, these features have all been constant since the early 2000s. 1. A large, handcrafted open-world map designed to be fully open to exploration. 2. A gameplay experience that focuses on player freedom, built upon exploration, combat, looting, and character progression. And 3. A large cast of NPCs, many of them named, that the player can interact with, who provide lots of quests, ranging from little side jobs to larger main storylines and faction-tied quest lines. Right off the bat, a large handcrafted open-world design is pretty much impossible in a big space game. Even if the technology and resources existed to make a world that detailed at this scale, the end product wouldn't be that much better. Planets in the big space game are not meant to be fully explored down to every square inch. They're too big, there's too many, and it won't be a fun experience. So already we're at an impasse. We either have to compromise on the scale of the world so that we can get that crafted Bethesda map into this game, or we gotta change how the exploration experience plays for Starfield. Well, despite conflicting messages in Bethesda's marketing, they went with the latter and to devastating results. A gameplay experience built around player freedom is perfect for this type of game, though. Go anywhere and do anything is pretty much the big space game to the T, and building that experience on exploration, combat, looting, and character progression is what a lot of them end up doing. But with exploration completely changing from previous Bethesda games, how that core gameplay loop is going to look is ultimately going to change too. On top of that, you also need to have spaceship combat because that's what a big space game needs. So, okay, combat is going to be changing too. With both of those changing, naturally looting and character progression's gotta change too, and suddenly, what seemed like a sure thing we could depend upon is full of unknowns we gotta answer. So then we gotta ask, how do we begin
Wolves in the pig patch!
NPCs and quests when we don't even know what the exploration, combat, looting, and character progression is going to look like? I think I've already demonstrated in just a couple of minutes why this was, if not a terrible idea, at least a seriously challenging one. And we haven't even gotten to defining the in-space part yet. You see, we only just finished explaining how translating the Bethesda formula to the big space game is almost untenable. Now we gotta start answering genre questions about this game's world building that will be congruent with the vision we've completely lost focus on, and the technical boundaries of the game itself. Bethesda's answer to these massive questions was just to start working on the game. And honestly, putting your head down and grinding out some demonstrations is actually a great way to work through a problem. However, when you take those demos and just start building off of them, even if they didn't provide you with a vision, you're going to end up with a messy, poorly defined product and a lot of reworking of ideas. This is exactly what happened in Starfield's case, and it was exasperated due to the scale of the game and the fact that it's a kitchen sink product that's meant to say yes to any idea the devs were coming up with. This is how we end up with the tonal clash of Cowboy Town, Discount Night City, and the Google Plex.
Just looking at how the XP rolls here.
Not only that, with how Bethesda likes to design their games, they never want to
There,
make
it's very
players
slow,
commit
but
to anything.
yeah, about
Like
30
exploration,
seconds later,
don't do
14
it,
skill
just stick
came
to
through.
quests.
Yeah.
Don't like combat? Turn down the difficulty. Don't like leveling? Pick some random stuff and turn down the difficulty. Don't like looting? Just don't pick stuff
I wish
up.
you would let me
Simple.
use
While
my
I think
mouse
a lot of their
keys.
previous games'
Yeah.
shortcomings can be tied back to this fear of making players do things in their games. I think Starfield suffers from this issue the worst, to the point that it makes the player question why they're even playing the game once they start to see through all the smoke and mirrors. This leads to an experience that feels incredibly unrewarding. So a game that's meant to inspire a sense of adventure instead murders it out of fear that the players aren't going to like what Starfield has to offer. Starfield is that maximum of appealing to everyone ends up appealing to no one, applied to every aspect of an entire game. But even if players are willing to buy into what is being offered in Starfield, it won't take long for them to realize how wobbly those elements of the game truly are, because they must rely on cheap tricks and gimmicks in order to exist independently of Starfield's other elements. Ship combat is pointless because space exploration is dull. Space exploration is dull because traveling through space is dull. Traveling through space is dull because there's no mechanics to support it, because Bethesda didn't want to commit to any survival mechanics such as limited ship fuel. There's examples like this all across Starfield, leading to a total collapse of the game due to a lack of a core experience. Then you layer on a truly uninspired world with bland writing that is constantly contradicting itself, and you got a recipe for a game that's pretty much designed to bore its audience. Maybe Bethesda could have skated by releasing this game last year when competition in the RPG space was non-existent, but being sandwiched between Baldur's Gate 3 and Cyberpunk 2077's massive overhaul and expansion, yeah, it's no surprise Microsoft's last-ditch hope is already falling off the radar a month after its tepid release. While Bethesda designed Starfield to be open to expansion with mods, patches, and DLC, we're going to look at why that just might not be enough, because at its core, Starfield is a disjointed, hollow mess that, in the pursuit of having 1,000 procedurally generated planets, ended up abandoning some of Bethesda's biggest strengths. Exploration has been receiving a lot of flack from Starfield's fans and critics alike, and it's not hard to see why. The consensus has mainly focused on barren planets, lots of mandatory fast traveling, and repetitive dungeons as the culprits. However,
oh, that's what's happening?
Exploration is where
Oh,
every
okay.
bad design choice in Starfield crashes
That's
together
maybe
to drag the
why.
whole experience down to some new lows for Bethesda. It truly is a collection of all the worst elements of exploration from every Bethesda game since Oblivion, with a nice helping of No Man's Skies as sloppy seconds. You got the dull, repetitive, purposeless combat arenas of Oblivion's dungeons, the ugly emptiness of Fallout 3's Capital Wasteland, Skyrim's vibe-checking dragon encounters, the resource farming hell of Fallout 4 and No Man's Sky, and the pointlessness of Fallout 76's exploration. Prior to Starfield, the express intent of every Bethesda game was to get players out of the cities and into the world and its dungeons, hence why quests often treated those parts of the game as destinations. Starfield presented a challenge, though, because what existed outside of those settlements was almost all procedurally generated maps, peppered with some handcrafted points of interest. The fear at Bethesda was that not all players would appreciate the experience of wandering procedurally generated planets and the emptiness of outer space. That fear was confirmed when people online were raising concerns about those very elements when they were shown off at the first Starfield gameplay reveal at the Microsoft Showcase in 2022. As a result, or more likely in anticipation of those complaints, Bethesda made exploration in Starfield completely optional. With the abandonment of a singular handcrafted map in exchange for countless procedurally generated ones, and the reduction of exploration down to just an optional checklist of pointless chores, Bethesda effectively sabotaged two of the strongest pillars every one of their games game since Morrowind has been built upon.
And so there was a big design kind of problem to solve in terms of, well, what's fun about landing on a planet where there's potentially nothing. And so we spent a lot of time figuring out, okay, let's just lean in on that can A, be a lonely experience, as long as we tell the player, here's what's there, here are the resources that are there, go find them. But I equate it to that moment of we said about listening to the wind go and watching the sunset. And I do think there's a certain beauty to landing on a strange planet, being somewhat the only person there, building an outpost, and we are modeling all of the systems, because that's how we like to do things. So you can watch whatever that gas giant or moon, it will rotate and go, and sunrise, sunset, and all of those things that you would expect, and it's all really happening.
Yeah, Starfield's a good foundation, just wasn't good when it hit.
As long as we tell them, hey, the quest
With the right
leads over
mods
here,
and the right ideas,
here's
it could
where
really
the
be really
handcrafted
good.
content it is that you would expect, and then here's more of the open procedural planet experience.
So you're
Long answer. I don't know if I answered your question.
That's Todd Howard struggling to explain what makes exploration fun in Starfield 7 months before the game is to release. At that point, he should have had a really succinct phrase he'd repeated a billion times to his team while working on the game for 8 years. Remember, this is supposed to be Bethesda's core competency. World design and exploration are two things Bethesda is known to be masters at. However, when Made for Wanderers is the best you can come up with, it's pretty clear there was no vision for what's arguably the most important element in Starfield. At least Todd tried to explain some sort of appeal, as opposed to Ashley Cheng, managing director of Starfield, during an interview with the New York Times. The point of the vastness of space is you should feel small. It should feel overwhelming. Everyone's concerned that the empty planets are going to be boring, but when the astronauts went to the moon, there was nothing there. They certainly weren't bored. Not every planet is supposed to be Disney World. Ashley Cheng is, of course, missing the fact that those astronauts weren't bored because they were in constant mortal danger no human had ever faced before. They were also scientists there to perform experiments that would have tremendous value for validating theories going back to the days of Isaac Newton. They were also acting as living icons so that their country could win huge points in a high-stakes geopolitical game that was reshaping the world as everyone knew it. Players aren't going to be thrilled by the primordial fear of a horrific death, or the honor of fulfilling the legacy of generations of scientists, or the pride of representing their nation in the greatest way possible. I hate to be one of those people, but it really is just a game, bro. Todd is definitely closer to an actual appeal Starfield's planets could have. He's right in thinking there's people out there who would enjoy sitting there watching the sunrise and set on an alien planet and taking screenshots of the pretty skyboxes. There's definitely a vibe there, to be sure. However, those players are going to be a minority, and they were already satisfied by the handcrafted maps of previous Bethesda games. By servicing just one niche of players, you've effectively alienated most of the people who come to your game for its exploration. This is where I have to wonder if Bethesda actually understands why people enjoyed exploration in their previous games, because this is all starting to sound like they are simply assuming that exploration in a video game is intrinsically fun. This is the same faulty assumption made by countless developers who have stuffed dull, pointless open worlds into their games. Wandering a virtual world is not fun in of itself, at least not for very long. Not after the novelty of what the player is seeing wears off. Exploration needs to be supported by some other system, be that combat, crafting, questing, character progression, role-playing, or player-to-player interaction. It's honestly pretty arrogant to assume players will just aimlessly wander your game world simply because you made it. However, this arrogance is not at all surprising when it's coming from a studio that has been bragging about modders fixing their games for years while touting how this game will be a modder's paradise. Truly, we are beyond the point of Bethesda expecting players to fix their games for themselves. We've now entered a point where Bethesda expects players to make their games fun for themselves. What's fascinating is that even though Starfield has combat, crafting, questing, character progression, and even some role-playing, none of those elements ever tie back into exploration in any meaningful way. This is because, once again, Bethesda was afraid to make players engage with the empty planets portion of the game because they were afraid to make players engage with any portion of the game. This is reminiscent of another game of theirs that has been very divisive, Fallout 76. It wasn't the map or the dungeons that let exploration down in that game. In fact, I argued in my 76 video that both of those elements were perhaps some of the best work Bethesda has ever done. No, the fault was in the pointlessness of exploring the map and its dungeons. Stick with 76 long enough and you'll come to realize the foolishness in simply exploring and clearing dungeons for its own sake. Quests, events, and daily grinds will naturally be sending you all over the map and into its various dungeons. If you aren't tackling some sort of chore while doing your exploration, you're just making more work for yourself and falling behind on your grinds. While Starfield and 76 share the pointlessness of exploration and the dishonor of being the lowest rated Bethesda games on Steam, Starfield at least evades the 76 issue of saddling the player with tedious grinds by making all of its tedious grinds optional. This is where we bring out subject number 2. No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is a survival crafting game to its core. Its gameplay loop consists of collecting resources on the surface of planets so that you can survive the elements in order to fly to another planet and do it all again. It also has a codex you can fill by scanning things, base building, dungeons, a main quest line, and many other side things, but that gathering crafting loop is the main aspect to its design. It's not really my thing. I always thought it felt like it was all the tedious parts of the genre with none of the benefits, but it's got a strong following, and at least it has a core experience it never abandoned. Starfield's planet exploration borrows heavily from No Man's Sky. You got the resource gathering, the scanning, the base building. Starfield copied No Man's Sky so much it even copied all the parts people hated about that game, such as the miserable inventory management. The key thing Starfield lacks are those survival elements. Planets do have some elemental hazards like high radiation, extreme ambient temperatures, or toxic atmospheres. While these hazards can cause some mildly annoying stat debuffs, none of them will outright kill you. Originally, they were much more punitive, but it was determined during development that they should be heavily nerfed down to just being some flavor that's meant to trick the player into thinking they are more important than they actually are.
So the way the environmental damage works in the game on planets and on your suit, and that was it's a pretty complex system actually. It was very punitive. So we kept trying, where you get these afflictions, we kept trying to tune it. We get a point where we're tuning it, you're having to heal those things. We just nerfed the hell out of it. Where it ends up being, it matters only a little bit. It matters more in flavor. Like the affliction you get is more annoying knowing you have it than the game result. Because if we dial it way back, it becomes more flavor on the screen than it does a gameplay system.
Ship fuel was another survival element that was diminished so much it might as well just qualify as being cut at this point. It's still kind of in the game. You need fuel tanks on your ship, and your fuel reserves technically limit the number of jumps you can make, but since your fuel is refilled when you reach your destination, it's effectively pointless. Bethesda assumed players would be turned off by these roadblocks inhibiting their ability to travel across the settled systems, and honestly they were probably right. Some players would have absolutely hated it and claimed that it didn't belong in a Bethesda game. My question then is, why not just make it an optional mode? Skyrim and Fallout 4 both got survival modes post-launch, while 76 launched as a genuine survival game. They know there's a demand for this sort of stuff in their games, and here was a game designed from the ground up to be a survival game, only for those elements to be cut in the 11th hour, so why not just make it a setting in the options menu?
I think anybody who's made a game with a team of any size that's listening to this, that change moment where you know, if you're a creative leader, like, yeah, probably need to get rid of that. We probably need to change it. You just like dread the conversation.
Yes. I've never played a Bethesda game I've wanted a survival mode for more than Starfield. Sure, it'd just be copying even more from No Man's Sky, but hey, as long as the lawyers are happy, who really cares? This would give outposts more of a purpose. It would require me to be a lot more thoughtful with how I'm traveling between planets and star systems, and it would make reaching the edges of the settled systems feel accomplishing. So it turns out, there's really no reason to walk around the surface of planets. No, seriously. I was going around clearing pirate dungeons trying to gather some loot, and I found the fastest way to do that was to land on a flat, barren planet, get out of my ship, and look around to see if there was a pirate dungeon within 500 meters of my landing site. If there wasn't, I just opened the surface map, picked a new landing spot, and in less than 10 seconds I had a new map. The game weighs the POIs so that there's a high chance of a dungeon being close to a landing site, so I'd only need to re-roll the map maybe 3 times before I got a dungeon. The game doesn't even try to impede this process either. There's no going back into orbit or anything like that. No, it just teleports me to a new map already out of my ship and ready to go. It doesn't even subject me to watching the ship landing animation again. It's so convenient that I cannot imagine this is not the intended way to explore in this game. Well, either that or Bethesda just didn't think I'd notice walking around planets was pointless. I mean, Considering they thought I wouldn't notice planet hazards and afflictions are pointless, I'm kinda leaning towards them assuming that I'm just an idiot who will walk off my ship and start wandering towards the first map marker that pops up on my screen. There's one change here that they could make that would curtail my landing site hopping strat, and that's to make traveling between landing sites consume fuel on my ship. Of course, this comes with the risk of me getting stuck on a planet if I can't scrape together enough fuel to leave the surface, and as Todd said, it would slow the pace of exploration down. That's not necessarily a bad thing though, assuming you have a method of last resort to unstuck a player, and the player is fine with a slower survival crafting experience, which, like I said, could just be toggled in the settings menu. Instead, the rate in which you can knock out planets in this game really comes across as Bethesda being embarrassed by how they turned out. In my honest opinion, Fallout 3 managed to make wandering a barren wasteland interesting. Sure, the capital wasteland was kind of ugly, you know, a game from 2007 and all, but there was actually a bit of beauty in that ugliness, and exploring the wastes really was a vibe. It's not something that can carry an entire game, and Fallout 3 doesn't make the entire game about exploring the barren wastes, but it really did a great job of helping create some peaceful moments between the more hectic insanity the other parts of the game presented. The capital wasteland and the DC ruins work well off of each other to create some interesting and meaningful contrast. Hell, even the metro tunnels are a more fun and immersive means of connecting locations in Starfield's space portion. Speaking of
Maybe I
which,
can move
while
these
Bethesda's
up.
botching
Can I
of
move
planet
them up?
exploration is
Yeah.
pretty much inexcusable, as it required ignoring 2 decades of success at it, the disaster with Starfield's space portions can at least be chalked up to a lack of experience and an underestimation for how difficult it is to make space interesting from a gameplay perspective. Ship combat and space exploration are 2 elements that receive the most development time, seeing constant changes throughout the entirety of Starfield's 8 years of development. It was one of the first systems they built for the game, and it was still
thank God,
seeing tweaks
it
and
centers
total
the mouse.
reworks a few months before
Yep.
the game's final release.
In terms of getting feedback and being willing to completely change it. And that kept it moving forward. And then we'd try things and we'd go all the way back and then take a different route on it. And their attitudes about it, like they embraced it.
Yeah.
Like, let's redo it again. Okay, we're almost there.
A breakdown of ship combat is best saved for the dedicated combat section, but as it pertains to the experience overall, it's really reminiscent of how random dragon encounters were the touch of death for exploration in Skyrim. You'd be walking around picking flowers and looking for the next Nordic ruin to raid when suddenly...
This is it then. Look after yourself. You're doing your duty. I'm so proud of you, but you better come back to me. We're here. Die, dragon!
If your build wasn't designed to account for dragons and you hadn't grinded the main quest to get dragon rend, you are probably in for a bad time. With how bad these fights generally were, when coupled with their unpredictability, they really turned out to be a wet blanket for exploration. Ship combat in Starfield managed to invoke that same sense of dread. If I wasn't in a ship equipped for combat, or if an elite ship spawned in the ambush, or if the game just decided to reset my power management settings for no fucking reason again, I knew there was a good chance I was going to be reloading in a few moments. Random encounters are the name of the game in Starfield space. When you jump into orbit, the game does some RNG to determine what is going to happen. Sometimes it's a group of pirates who will just attack on sight instead of trying to rob you. Sometimes it's a lone trading vessel, or it's a funny quirky couple arguing over open comms, or it's grandma. Or more likely than anything else, it's nothing at all. And of course, there's no system to prevent encounters from repeating themselves, so have fun listening to the Valentine filling your comms with unsolicited singing while you wait for a grav jump. Notice how I keep saying jump when talking about space travel. This is because there's no way to seamlessly travel between planets or star systems in this game. Now, I wasn't one of those people expecting Starfield to allow seamless entry to a planet's atmosphere from orbit like No Man's Sky or Elite Dangerous. I also wasn't expecting planets to be one large procedurally generated map that I could endlessly wander. No, my wake-up call was in figuring the grav jumps we saw in the marketing was going to be reserved for traveling between star systems and little else. When it came to traveling between the planets, moons, and other things within a system, I figured we'd have some method of travel that lands between combat flight and grav jumping. What I did not expect were loading screens and lots of menus. The easiest method of travel the game heavily encourages you to use is popping open the system map, navigating to the star system and planet you wish to travel to, fast traveling into orbit, and then picking a landing site from the planet's surface map. The immersive method of space travel involves getting into your ship's cockpit, launching into orbit, and then using your ship's targeting system to pick a destination to fly to. However, this is such an awkward and inefficient method of travel, the game doesn't even advertise it. All it's really doing is adding more loading screens into the equation. You still need to use the planet surface map to pick a landing site, so it's not entirely menu-free either. Likewise, unless you have the entire settled systems memorized, you'd still need to pop open the star map to figure out which systems connect to one another, at which point you might as well just cut out the busy work and use it to fast travel. All of this menuing, fast traveling, and loading screens really fragments the experience of traveling through space. While I'm sure some of it was implemented for technical reasons, I can't help but suspect the fragmentation of planets within a system was an intentional design choice for the sake of player convenience. However, this has a tremendously damaging influence on the sense of scale of the settled systems itself. One of the joys of Elite Dangerous's interplanetary travel is watching a tiny faint dot of light off in the distance slowly materializing into a giant planet that fills your entire screen, or seeing the true scale and layout of a star system thanks to the motion of the different dots of lights. It's a small detail, but one with massive value as it allows the player to see the Euclidean relationship between these objects, creating a sense of scale by offering a perspective you just can't get from maps and static orbits. This is how you create that overwhelming feeling Ashley Cheng was describing. It's a powerful tool that Elite Dangerous never forgets to use. It starts with establishing the scale of a planet, and then a star system, and then a star cluster, and outwards it goes until the player zooms out to see the whole galaxy and their mind basically shatters. This never fails because Elite Dangerous never betrays the illusion. Elite Dangerous never allows you to skip a system. You see every jump and every star. You see every planet and manually dock at every station. When in a system, every meter is felt. Every light second is witnessed. The only time it yields to convenience is jumping to a new system, and that comes with a whole bunch of other things to consider. The settled systems is a big place, but it's made to feel incredibly small, almost stifling. This is due to its inability to express its scale in terms the player can understand, and the fact that you can travel across it in a matter of seconds. You only have to manually graph jump to a system once. Once it's no longer red on the star map, you can just fast travel to it or fast travel through it on your way to your next destination. Elite Dangerous might sound boring, but it really isn't so long as you're on board with the game being about traveling. There are so many mechanics tied to traveling between and through star systems. Fuel reserves, heat management, jump drive range, and ship mass, just to name a few. And then there's incidents along the way, such as pirate interdictions, which are not unavoidable random encounters, but instances that can be predicted based on the state and security of the system, and avoided with careful navigation, ship upgrades, and just pure piloting skill. Starfield's ship and space mechanics are so woefully underdeveloped that none of this gameplay is possible.
Tell
Ships
them
in this
private
game are much
sessions.
closer to what they are in Destiny. Visual flair to look at as you menu to your next destination. We can debate over what features Starfield should and shouldn't have, since it's not a space sim like Elite Dangerous. However, there still needed to be a decision on what the space portion of Starfield needed to be. Is it just a place for ship combat? Is it a place to explore space stations and derelict vessels? Is traveling supposed to be meaningful? In all of these categories, Starfield fails to deliver because it's clear it was never decided on what it should be. Whereas Elite Dangerous knew exactly what the different stages of its space exploration gameplay was meant to do. Frontier then honed mechanics and systems meant to sell that experience. I'd be remiss in not mentioning the mod someone made for Starfield that allows for a more cohesive, seamless flight experience between planets. It achieves this mainly by just making your ship move super fast and then adding a hotkey to load the cell the destination planet is contained within. While this mod does better help sell that sense of scale I was talking about, it doesn't add any extra gameplay to the experience, essentially just making it an even longer loading screen. The author admits this is about as good as this mod is gonna be until modding tools are available, so maybe down the line they or some other ambitious modders will be able to get interplanetary gameplay to exist. It all comes back to Bethesda.
I just want a
not
mob
wanting to
spawner,
force players to
and that
engage
game would
in
be
the
so
mechanic.
good.
If you don't like the space
I love
stuff,
Starfield. I just
menu through
don't
it
have a
or
mob
fast
spawner,
traveling,
so
and
I
if
don't
you do
care.
get into a fight,
The combat
spin up
was
the grab
great,
drive
but
and
it
jump to
didn't
the
have
next
enough mobs,
location.
so
They were so uncommitted
worthless.
to making Starfield about anything that they made space in a space game.
Redo the
If that's
trade
not a clear
trade
indication
tree,
that Starfield was a mistake,
and you're good.
I don't know what is. But yeah, Fallout 3. I think its exploration hits the way Todd and company were hoping Starfield's barren planets would hit. When I was on the moon wandering around ancient facilities that helped humanity escape Earth, I was really getting a whiff of some of those Fallout 3 vibes. It was kind of cool. It's only a whiff, however, as the similarities are barely surface level. It really does just come down to aesthetics. Wandering a barren landscape peppered with some old industrial sites is about all the two share. Oh, and the ugliness. Let's talk graphics. Out of the box, Starfield is a pretty ugly game. It has moments, but for the most part, it's surprisingly drab. A lot of that comes down to just one thing: a lack of a brightness or gamma slider. No, seriously, millions of dollars of art design is being held back by a fucking slider. The game's default brightness seems to be set to cell phone screen in daylight mode, resulting in everything looking really washed out. Fallout 4 had this issue a little bit, and 76 got it even worse somehow, but Starfield hit a level I found so insufferable I had to get a mod to correct it a day after release. I imagine the brighter image is meant to help people who have screens with poor black levels. As for the blue-gray filter they slapped over the entire image, that's meant to evoke some sort of aesthetic of old science fiction films and TV or something. All I know is that it was giving me a headache after only a few hours of playing. The issue was most prevalent in dungeons when I'd be looting and I was genuinely struggling to spot objects because they were blending in with the environment in this soupy gray haze. So yeah, I committed the analysis video faux pas and modded my game. It was either that or keep a bottle of Tylenol next to me whenever I was recording. The reshade preset I used still wasn't a perfect solution because lighting in this game is pretty wonky. This resulted in me fiddling with the reshade settings and the game's graphic settings a lot during my playthrough. So if my footage looks very inconsistent, yeah, that's pretty much why. On top of the intense gray-blue filter, you got your usual suspects of bad lighting and shadows, overuse of post-processing effects, inexplicable ambient lighting, and too much fog, all robbing the image of some much-needed depth. Wouldn't it be a Bethesda game if we didn't need mods to add darkness to a game with flashlight? The game does have
Oh, I think A grew. A grew, I think.
Can do a decent job
And he's
at
bigger
it,
now. He
especially
is
on the
bigger now.
plans. But for every pleasant screenshot,
Nice,
worthy
he's not a
vista,
little wolf
you got
anymore.
half a dozen really unpleasant ones with muddy, low-resolution textures, seams in the terrains and biomes, or just bland, unfinished geometry at the edge of the map where the fog doesn't conceal where the landscape renderer stopped. Starfield also doesn't get scale right at all when it comes to geographic features. Mountains straight up don't exist, probably because climbing them with our weak boost packs wouldn't work. Likewise, canyons don't exist. You can sometimes find a crater, those look kinda cool, but once again, the scale is usually wrong, and even on planets with crater biomes, there's just too few of them. No volcanoes, geysers, fault lines, scarps. I'm not saying that they need to have implemented the entire Wikipedia glossary of landforms, but there's honest to God more terrain variation in Minecraft than here in Starfield. While it is an unfair comparison to make because the game was designed from the ground up to be as realistic as possible, Elite Dangerous did manage to leverage its realistic scale to make some interesting gameplay. You can spend hours roaming through a crater in a buggy, or speed through canyons tens of kilometers deep in your ship. It's actually a lot of fun, and once again achieves that thing Ashley Cheng was talking about with being made to feel small by the scale of space. But, oh right, we can't fly ships when on a planet, and we don't have exocrafts like a buggy because we got the boost pack. I actually have a sneaking suspicion land vehicles were planned to be in this game. Something always struck me as odd with the landing bays for the ships in this game. They all have ramps. It was actually the Strauss-Eklund landing bay that clued me in when I noticed it had stairs as well as a ramp. Why not just the stairs? Why require landing bays at all? Why can't I exit from a hatch from the top of my ship? They finally added ladders to this engine, and NPCs can even use them. These bays are just acting as doors anyways, unless they were meant to house the little buggy or something. Okay, maybe I'm just reading too much into an art asset, but I think everyone is on the same page with how much better traveling across planets would be if we had some kind of vehicle. The most likely reason for their exclusion is technical. If Bethesda was struggling to get horses to work in Skyrim due to them letting players run faster than the renderer could handle, I can only imagine the issues a buggy would present. Or maybe it was a physics thing. The carriage ride in Skyrim's intro famously caused Bethesda all kinds of issues, which is likely why we got vertibirds in Fallout 4 instead of vehicle with wheels. At any rate, the boost pack simply doesn't cut it. It's too weak, and unless you have your boost pack training skill maxed, you're going to spend a lot of your time just waiting for it to recharge. So it turns out there's two types of jumps you can get out of your boost pack. Normally, the boost pack just acts like a double jump. tap the spacebar once and you do a single jump, tap it twice and you get a boosted jump. If you bind a secondary key for jump and use that instead of the spacebar, you'll actually perform a different sort of boost jump that provides a bit more horizontal thrust. If you use a balanced or skip rated pack, you'll get even more of a horizontal boost. This actually makes a noticeable difference when walking around, and once I discovered it, I was using it all the time. I honestly cannot tell you why this is not an advertised feature when boost packs were expected to be our primary means of traversing planet surfaces. Oh yeah, did I mention boost packs are gated behind a perk? Anyways, graphic tech is only part of what contributes to Starfield's bland visuals. Its art style is another sort of thing. Now, I wouldn't be as hard on the fact that the art style in this game is so inconsistent, but when you make a big deal of your style to the point of giving it some pretentious name like NASA Punk, I'm kinda left assuming consistency is to be expected. It looks as though some designers were on board with the style while others were not, and none of the managers put their foot down to get everyone on the same page. Like I said, this sort of disparity is how you got 3 main cities that don't look like they belong in the same universe together, let alone one that's supposed to be vaguely function over form. Some of the spacesuits rock the NASA Punk look hard, such as the Constellation suit, while others, like the Freestar Collective gear or the Crimson Fleet stuff, looks like impractical cowboy LARP costumes and knockoff Warhammer Space Marine armor respectively. The Mantis armor looks like something out of Star Wars. Then there's the Starborn armor I wore for most of my playthrough, which looks like it's ripped right out of Destiny. On the ship end, I think the NASA Punk theme fares a little better, but like the suits, it varies between the different manufacturers. Nova Galactic and Deimos both stick to the look, while some of the other manufacturers
Wait,
go
but we
for
know it's
sleeker
not there,
profiles
though.
with ample cowlings and rounded modules.
Is this how
I'm more
this
fond of the
works?
ships
I
than
can't
the suit.
remember.
That's because the aesthetic looks best when
Oh,
it's leaning
it's
into
like I came in
industrial
here
look. I guess
to
that's the
see
NASA
if I could
part.
get
I'm
down
still
there
not
or
sure what part
somewhere.
is meant to be punk. Guns were another hit or miss
Yeah, like
category.
down there.
The old Earth weapons were neat because it's kind of hard to mess up an AK or a 1911. Even some of the tactical future guns like the Breacher, Grendel, and Beowulf I kind of dig. Then you got the Lawgiver and some of the other
Yeah, it was
cowboy
good.
crap that
It was
just get a
fine.
hard pass.
Yeah.
I understand Firefly had the cowboy look, but there was an in-universe reason for that. It wasn't just because they liked the aesthetic. Obviously, art
Oh,
style
God,
is just
where do I
that,
go?
style, but I really do love when a game's art style supports its world building. Starfield's NASA Punk fails on that front, however. I think the biggest example of that failure is when exploring the ancient ruins on Earth and the Moon and seeing everything looking exactly the same as the rest of the settled systems. It's actually kind of funny in a sad sort of way. The character who invented the grav drive justified his actions by saying he saw glimpses of human art and society in the future and was so moved by it
It's like
he
Rick
felt compelled to
Sanchez.
design the drives even though he knew it would destroy Earth.
It's Rick Sanchez. It's hilarious. It's like pretty much the modern version of Rick Sanchez. I love Rick and Morty. I don't care how evil he is.
Suspect you won't see any art.
I mean, I do care how evil he is. I don't think it affects the show. The show was good.
No culture, closer to husks than slaves, tools or reapers.
From an aesthetic standpoint, my favorite parts of the game are the industrial sites and the research facilities. The industrial stuff looks like some super polished Fallout assets, free of the ugly, played-out 50s postmodern shtick, while the sciencey tech stuff seems like a second attempt at the Institute style in Fallout 4, executed much better. Gagarin and Sidonia are 2 examples of places I think land well with their aesthetic while staying true to their world building. But bringing it back to planets and exploration, where the NASA Punk aesthetic is completely absent is with the alien flora and fauna. If the design ethos of the human-made stuff is mildly function over form, the alien stuff is all style over substance. Plants are these over-designed, exaggerated things several times larger than the player in all sorts of colors that do not correspond to any natural adaptation for their host planet. Animals are even worse, however. These are straight-up creatures ripped out of No Man's Sky or Spore. Almost every creature is some kind of giant insect. Sometimes you might find a giant bird, or something resembling a dinosaur, but you'll never find something like a small woodland mammal here on Earth. In fact, I don't think I ever found a creature with fur. Once again, none of these creatures look like they'd have been the result of any sort of evolutionary process that would give them a competitive edge in their natural environments. They look like they were designed in the concept art
I
stage,
can
and they
leave
were
them
just
like
overclocked for
bombs
consistency.
around the
So
corner.
we got ugly barren planets that oftentimes look like tech demos to show off methods for procedurally generating terrain, and even
I can
uglier
leave them
lively
like
planets
bombs
ground
around a
floor
corner
airships
like
with
this, and they'll
visually
stay
flashing
there,
assets
right?
that looked like they'd been whipped up by undergrads for their 3D
And I can
art
wait for
class.
somebody. I can
Neither
look
of these are
solo,
destroying planets for the
and then I
visual
can
spectacle
suddenly
at
sick
all.
both of them on him,
Surprisingly,
and they'll come around the
Starfield's
corner
music
like
is
and ambush
It's
him.
a very uninspired mashup of generic orchestral pieces and what sounds like leftover bits of Fallout music, which makes sense. This soundtrack is the work of Anand Zur, whose work on the Fallout soundtracks usually nails it. In fact, his previous Bethesda soundtrack
I
for
love the
Fallout
system,
76
actually.
is a
It's super
genuine
good.
treat. It not only meshes flawlessly with its associated game, it also works as excellent cruising music when you're driving through the mountains of West Virginia. I'm starting to think Bethesda was taking it for granted that Jeremy Soule and Anand Zur were absolute professionals and masters of their craft who could repeatedly pull incredible work out of thin air. Bethesda got used to being able to have a banger soundtrack guide them on how to make a game that fits the music. I don't think the fault lies with the composer here. Zur can deliver the goods. I just don't think he was given any sort of direction for what Starfield was, aesthetically speaking. Music is one of the first things Bethesda likes to have done, but when you're dealing with a new IP that ultimately came out as an uninspired generic mess of clashing styles, scoring a good soundtrack to that is going to be a serious challenge. The only thing you can do is play it safe, and that's the best way I can describe Starfield's soundtrack. Safe and uninspiring. It might make for some good background music when you're studying, but for backing up the action of combat, I don't think so. I even did a test where I threw on some music from another game I thought could work with Starfield's combat, and the results were night and day.
I don't know, let's go see if this takes me where I need to go. I don't know. I don't know where this is. Yeah, I love the combat in this game. It's great. Okay, so this wasn't it. This isn't what they're talking about. I guess it's upstairs, I guess. It must just be, he must just be upstairs. I don't know. The basement, as I understand it, isn't over there. I don't know.
You can even see how much more aggressive I got when I was jamming out to the Ocho soundtrack. The exploration tracks are a little more on target when wandering barren planets, mostly because there's not much music at all during those sections.
Yeah,
However,
the
what
battle
passed in
music
this
was
game as
bad.
dungeon
It's
tracks
like...
is a bit strange. A lot of them sound like town music, which comes across as entirely inappropriate when looting an abandoned facility full of dead bodies. It was made even more inappropriate when the combat music wouldn't play, so I'd have this town music going as I was adding some fresh corpses to the dungeon. Alright, let's talk content. Points of interest, or POIs,
It took a long time to
refers
get into
all the
19.
locations the Planet Content Manager, or PCM, populates a landing site with. Everything the
Let's
PC
go to the
will
graveyard
spawn from
now.
Dungeons and outposts to caves and
I
other
think we're
natural
ready.
formations is
The
handcrafted.
XP seems
This
to have
means
slowed
the amount
down a
of
little
prop-gen
bit.
content in
So.
Starfield is actually quite minimal, limited only to the terrain itself for the landing sites and the Radiant missions and random events if you want to be a pedant. What surprised me and many others is just how repetitive these POIs truly are. We aren't talking Oblivion repetitive, where you got 90 caves that all look very similar because they share the same tile set, but have different layouts and enemy spawns. I mean, if you've seen one POI cryolab, you've literally seen them all because the game only has the one cryolab it's going to keep spawning. Same layout, same enemies, same terminals, same key cards, same clutter, same dead bodies, and the same dumpsters that Remorgan will always stop to comment over. The only variation in these places will be the levels of the enemies, the gear they got, and whatever spawns in the dungeon's containers. Everything else is identical. Now, this wouldn't be a big deal if there was a large pool of POIs the game could pull from, but there isn't. I'm gonna list the numbers of what I'd consider to be dungeons in previous Bethesda games, and I'd like you to try to guess how many we've been able to confirm exist in Starfield, a game made for wanderers that hosts over 1,000 different planets and moons. Oblivion, around 250. Fallout 3, around 140. Skyrim, around 200. Fallout 4, around 250. And Fallout 76, around 300. Now, these aren't exactly apples to apples, as this is going off of map markers. Fallout 3 sounds pretty tiny, but it actually has a lot going on in the DC ruins, where each neighborhood could be considered several dungeons tied to one or two map markers. Starfield has around 40 unique POIs that are not just natural features that are only used for completing planet surveys. And that 40 is being inflated some by civilian outposts, ship landing sites, temples, and gravitational anomalies, which aren't dungeons at all. I'd also argue crashed ships and many of the one-structure ruins don't make the cut either. So if we're just comparing your usual Bethesda dungeons, we're in the neighborhood of around 20. Maybe the thought was that the planets themselves should count as dungeons, or even the individual landing sites. Yeah, go with that. I made a prediction on X, formerly known as Twitter, stating that the landing sites wouldn't be much bigger than something like Blackreach in Skyrim. While that turned out to be incorrect, landing sites are actually about the size of Skyrim and Fallout 4 in terms of surface area. In terms of content, it's pretty damn close. Forget about immersion, this is just awful in terms of fun. I would try to play devil's advocate here and posit that the generic POI dungeons are super limited, but the game has a ton of handcrafted dungeons that the quests send you to, but that's not the case either, as the place I saw most of these generic POI dungeons was in the main fucking quest. The Crimson Fleet questline had maybe 5 unique dungeons if we really stretched the definition. There's a few side quests that send you to some unique dungeons, but not many. My point is, there aren't 200 to 300 dungeons hidden somewhere in this game. Wasn't this game in development for 8 years? I'm sure the first year or two was mostly engine and concept work, and we had 2020 happen, but still. Skyrim was in full development for 3 years by a team a fraction the size of the one that worked on Starfield, and that game blows Starfield out of the water in terms of quantity of dungeons alone. That's to say nothing about the work that went into the spaces connecting those dungeons together. I figured, seeing as we weren't going to be getting a singular handcrafted map, Starfield was going to be absolutely loaded with POIs. I figured it would take hundreds of hours to really see everything that could possibly spawn on a planet. I was bracing myself for years of 10 places you've never seen in Starfield videos. Instead, you really can cover all of it on a single planet in about 10 landing sites. Where did all that development time go? Because I got news for you, the quests and the handcrafted content is also surprisingly scarce. Bethesda kept throwing around the phrase irresponsibly large, but I'm sitting here left wondering where 2/3 of this game is. Now, I'm not a quantity over quality guy. I'll take a few dungeons in favor of them being really well designed and open to all kinds of playstyles. But not only are there fewer dungeons in Starfield overall than there are alien ruins in Oblivion, these dungeons really aren't anything special. I have a lot of thoughts on Fallout 4 and 76. Most of them negative, but one thing I will give them unconditional praise for is dungeon design. Bethesda really did nail making those spaces feel lived in and grounded. In particular, factories and military sites were some of my favorites, not just because they were usually good places for loot, but also because they were visually distinct and usually had intricate layouts that I could get lost in. They made me curious as to the purpose in their world, and that would get me to poke into some terminals or even just take things a little slow and let my imagination fill in some of the gaps. While the realism-bound nature of the design often made them less flexible in terms of playstyle, they were still overall the most fun parts of their games, all things considered. But it wasn't just their interior design that impressed me. The amount of work that went into their exterior design was equally as impressive. Bethesda would rarely just drop a dungeon out in the middle of an empty field and call it a day. They would spend a lot of time blending it into the environment, designing different approaches to the places, and oftentimes linking them together with nearby locations, so that I was naturally led through these different zones that often would get me to explore several dungeons back to back. While seeing as POI dungeons are just remote facilities on remote planets, that whole second aspect of design is pretty much impossible. These dungeons really are just boxes dropped out into the world. Sometimes the area around them might be developed. You might have some dudes guarding a loading dock or a landing pad, maybe a couple of smaller support buildings, but it's not like these places are attached to other dungeons to create an industrial complex or a remote mining village. So already the dungeon design has taken a few steps back from what even Fallout 3 had going on, leading us to our final comparison, Oblivion. Oblivion-esque is about how I describe Starfield's dungeons overall. While you have your usual Bethesda environmental storytelling with some terminals and journals lying around the place, they are, like I said earlier, exactly the same from the first abandoned UC listening post to the 10th. I honestly don't know why they'd even bother with the terminals and stuff then, but whatever. So with these places being robbed of any sort of in-universe purpose, we're back to dungeons just being places we go to fight and loot. No pretense for anything else. Just go in, clear the place out, and move on. Just like Oblivion. Some of the dungeons try to cater to different playstyles with ventilation systems you can use to sneak around, and shortcuts and alternate passageways being blocked off by a pickable lock, but this is not something you can count on as a stealth player. More often than not, there are no vents. There might not even be an entrance outside of the front one. Some places might have security systems you can reprogram, most don't. So even in terms of variety and flexibility, these dungeons fail. They're also just not very elaborate. Perhaps some of the smallest dungeons overall I've seen in a Bethesda game. Let me tell you, Fallout 76 had some mind-bending dungeons that you will get lost in, which made the removal of the local map a really questionable choice. A design choice
love
that
this
actually carried
game.
over to Starfield, but at least
This
they
is
threw us
so
a bone by
entertaining.
building Skyrim's clairvoyance into the scanner. However, the quickest way out of a dungeon is just to fast travel out of it, another feature carried over from Fallout 76. According to Todd, they moved away from maps for dungeons because they felt if a player had to refer to a map to navigate one of their dungeons, then they failed as level designers. Okay, but why don't we have maps for cities? Is that to keep the online map and guide writers employed? I find it rather telling that Bethesda is willing to inconvenience and frustrate the player simply out of pride. Todd recently stated how Starfield was designed from the ground up to be a game open to having more content added to it. That the launch game was just a platform for delivering more content in the future. Is that why dungeons are so lacking? Are they going to sell us POIs as DLC? Do they believe modders will fill the system? Or did they figure the exploration of barren planets was never going to match up to the experience of their previous games, and so they shouldn't even try?
We have this phrase, put it in the spotlight. There are things you can put in the spotlight. You can make it more important just with game systems, or you can make it less.
Oh no, don't kill my
So sometimes
wolf!
just make
Don't
that
kill my
less
wolf!
important.
Don't kill my wolf.
We do that with, horses in Skyrim. They're just not that important.
Exploration in Starfield sucks. It's sad because that didn't really need to be the case. Even if it was just wandering proc-gen planets populated with a bunch of handcrafted dungeons and whatnot, that could still have been a decent experience if there was a breadth of content. I've seen a lot of players bouncing off the exploration part of this game hard. This usually then leads to them eventually dropping Starfield altogether because that has always been the core of Bethesda games. It's not like the other aspects of Starfield are a huge step up compared to their previous offerings. If anything, the other aspects are made weaker by the collapse of the player's desire to engage with Starfield's world. When Todd said exploration in Starfield was going to be different, I really didn't think he meant removed. Starfield's complete failure to make exploration engaging has revived a debate that I've seen pop up whenever a new Bethesda game comes around. It's this idea that what made Bethesda games good back in the day just isn't cutting it anymore. Competition has gotten too stiff, and Bethesda needs to start taking notes from The Witcher or Zelda or Dark Souls. While I agree, in terms of writing design and mechanics, Bethesda can absolutely learn some valuable lessons from those games. In terms of exploration and world design, I don't really buy it. First, I want to shoot that argument down that the Bethesda formula is dead. No, it isn't. What we've seen in Fallout 4, 76, and Starfield is Bethesda shortchanging the strong exploration elements of Morrowind, Oblivion, and even Skyrim to do other things. What you're seeing isn't the failure of the formula, it's the failure of Bethesda to execute on that formula. If the formula was dead, people wouldn't still be playing Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim to this day, begging Bethesda to just make another Elder Scrolls. A game like Ardenfall wouldn't be able to grab people's attention by just looking like a spiritual successor to Morrowind. The Bethesda formula is something wholly unique.
Game like
The reason no one has
Ardenfall.
tried to emulate it is because even Bethesda doesn't actually understand what that formula is. People just really don't get Bethesda games because there's so many layers and overlapping systems you gotta pull apart to get to the heart of what makes those old games great. Also, not for nothing, they are a hard thing to make. Up until Starfield, I still thought Bethesda was ahead of everyone else when it came to designing big open worlds.
Yep.
Their unique focus on systems really did lend their worlds a certain tangibility no other developer seems capable of replicating. If there's one game I think Bethesda could take notes from, it's Red Dead Redemption, especially RDR2. It's not even the world design itself, which, granted, RDR2's map is stunning in size, detail, and just raw beauty, but rather, it's how the game uses its map. RDR2 heavily focuses on the minute-to-minute traveling through its world. It's a game that has a fast travel option I rarely want to use because traveling on horseback and getting sidetracked to check something out along the way is the beating heart of that game's experience. That's an aspect of their game Bethesda has never.
Gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back,
Bethesda
guys.
Game that really focuses on the world, its scale.
Also gotta pee. How are we on combat? I'm in a graveyard where the skeletons could kill my dogs. So okay, gonna go get something to drink and go pee. I'll be right back.
see what I have for you. Only the best. Welcome back anytime.
Oh, it's a good pups, good dogs. Okay, so now what? I don't know. I guess I go south. Hey, look, there's a treasure chest. Really easy. Do I have a key? No. Okay. This is south. Yeah, it's like way south, but I don't really understand how you get down below. It's the only other way is through, I guess. It must be. I'm gonna go see what the Alakazam says about this, and just like see if somebody says it. Yeah, after an hour. So enter Castle Stroha, go east I-8 and get past the brass door, pulling the lever. Go east to I-8? Okay. Oh, yeah, go through the door. Okay, I have to go through the door? Okay, well, that's better info than anybody else gave me. How the fuck would I know? That's the problem with this. Like, a lot of this shit in 2003 was about trial and fucking error and word of mouth. And, like, and when you go Google it 20 years later, it's like you're lucky if the information's good at all, frankly. A lot of the time it isn't. There was nothing that told me that where to go at all. This is the first time I've seen somebody mention it. Oh, Tebby is way upstairs. They said the basement. See, their information's garbage. All of them, all the sites said basement, basement. And I'm like, basement? There's no monkey in the fucking basement. I don't remember the monkey, but I know that it's not in the fucking basement, you know? Ah, I don't want to fall. Okay, good. Okay, fucking basement. I'll get this goddamn, I'll get out of here. This place is so annoying. They're all annoying, though. Every zone is annoying in this fucking... I forgot my drink. I'll be right back. You know, I'll probably call a tiger for this. And I'll probably sick the tiger while I go get my drink. And I'll get my mana so I can invis, because I really don't want any fucking aggro. I don't want any aggro right now. I'll take that free kill, but I'm not going to take aggro. That's weird. I feel like some of the Canada Dry they're selling me is flat, which is weird. Maybe I'm just imagining it. I just opened the bottle and that seems flat to me. I wonder if that happens. Oh yeah, so I want well, I didn't get enough, but yeah. I mean, kill the drummer, it's fine. I wanna get mana. Alright, how's this going? Yes, very good wolves. One is 18. He's leveling really fucking slow. Like, really slow, and I'm beginning to see the grind that they want. Which is fine. The master's too loud. It's like blasting my eardrums. And drop it down to like 25 and keep trying. That's weird. That doesn't take any like energy. Because when you're strafing, you can't run. Ah! I swear to God, it won't let me block sometimes. See if the boss spawned, he did. I'll kill my dog. Do not kill my dog. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, yeah, I got hit. It's alright. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. What? Oh, fucker. I wish they would get commensurate XP to how really hard the fight is, but they don't. Not at all. Just incremental, which is kind of shitty, I must say. But, I mean, you know, they can't make this easy. It's way too overpowered as it is. These are like drones, basically. I think of them as drones. They're like fucked up. They're replaceable, but they're not easily replaceable. They're expensive. Take forever. Gotta cultivate them. Yeah, see, the God Rays look really good. The global illumination looks really fucking good. Game looks good. Some of it does look like Rust sometimes. Oh, it got hurt. Alright, let's go upstairs now. And I will invis. It is... Oh, sorry, I gotta see where my OBS is at. OBS. There we go. I have been doing this for 7.5 hours. Okay, just making sure what time it's been. My eyes are a bit irritated today, and I wonder maybe if I have an eye infection. I don't know if that's going to affect my work or not. Yeah, let's keep going. I just never seem to have Signet anymore. It's weird. One of the two brass doors in the basement. Why do you guys all say basement? It's not in the fucking basement. It's not even. It's not in the basement. Like, I don't really understand. Whatever. It's not in the basement. It's not there. Oh no, the BSTV. You have to do this twice. Go east to I-8. Follow the right wall until you get to a new map. Okay. Right wall until you get to a new map. Now, Y-scan. Now, so now Y-scan is saying he's that way. Oh, okay. Near one of the brass doors. Okay, but... Yeah, is that right? Okay. So... How... Okay, wait, no, as soon as you get on the new map, you said to follow the right wall. You'll be at H6, yeah, right? I think that's this, H6 is, yeah, that's H6. No, that's J, H6. H6. Yeah, but doesn't that dead end? I think that dead ends. Get past the past door, pulling a lever, climb stairs and bring it to a new map. You'll be at H6. From the S-shaped corridors. From the S-shaped corridors. Yes, okay, so I think I remember now. Yes, I remember now how to do this. Okay, so... My god, I hate these quests, I can't even tell you. It's just basically torture. Why did they do this stupid shit? So stupid. Alright, we're nice and rested and rest constitutional there. I'm gonna go hit single targets because I'm scared of aggro killing my dogs. Come, come. Alright, I'll poke him first, so, and then just block, I guess. Block, it doesn't hurt. Man, it took you guys a while. Overhead. They're getting XP, but it's slow now. I wonder if it caps you per day how much you can make. That might actually be it. So I've noticed my growth like went down, like pretty much like down. Well, we made some money here, which is good. It means buying more books. What's my oops, nope, stand up. What's my Domestication at 93, animal care, veterinarian. Taming is at 64, which is good. Creature controls is 48. I don't think you can learn any of that stuff here in Haven, but I don't know.
Let me show you. Thank you. Welcome back anytime. I have what you're looking for. Nice talking to you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I think I can actually get away with getting skill up off that stuff by doing this, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think I can. I can get away with, like, actually getting skill up out of it. Yup, see? Crafting appliances and cooking tools, yup, and that's fine by me. I hit 70. That's good. And that's good. That's good use of, that's a good use of it. Repugnant fried bone tissue with bush pig emulsion. Walking Dead. Sounds disgusting. It's like this fucking shit you would feed your worst enemy or whatever. Like pig meat, dead pig meat, and like, ugh. Oh, hey, the boss is back. Nice. Well, let's go get him. Alright, I'm gonna stab you in your fucking face. Fight. Do not kill my dog. Do not. Do not kill my dog. Do not. Oh no. You're going to kill my dog, aren't you? No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. They're both gonna kill me. They're both gonna kill me. Get me out of this corner. There. Come on, man. I can't. You're distracting me. Die. Die. Why did you aggro me? Oh my god, I'm gonna die here. Can't let him hit me. The dogs will help me kill him. Just gotta chill out. Yep, just gotta chill out and kill him, you know. Oh! Gotta be careful. One hit from death. Which way is it going? Oh. Good, we're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. Oh! Come on, man. Do not kill my dogs. Do not aggro my dogs. He got me. He got me. He got me. It's okay, I can just run back to the body. Fucking phone rang and fucked me up. So annoying. No, don't kill my dogs. No. The phone rang. It's not my fault. No. Don't kill my dogs. Don't kill my dogs. They killed. Fucking phone rang and distracted me so bad. Fucking phone. God damn it. You know how much time it took me to get those wolves? Son of a fucking bitch. Phone rang and broke my concentration. Son of a bitch, man. Alright. God damn it. Sorry guys, fucking total distraction. Fucking so annoying, breaking my fucking focus. fucking phone ringing and fucking me up. So annoying. So annoying. Lost both my fucking wolves. So annoying. The minute it happened, I should have just ran. I should have been like, nope, follow me. And just ran. Like, I should have known. Fucking so annoying. So annoying. Well, I'm learning now that I don't want to... Like, I can't leave the island with these dogs. So now I'm pretty much ready to leave. I'm ready to leave, I think. And what I can leave with is his here on me. And I got what I needed from this place, I think. Like, this was the last bit that I needed to do. If I run over here behind the castle and then down, I'll be at the... I don't even want to bother getting... Well, yeah, I mean, I'll get my loot, I guess. I think they let you keep the armor. I'll keep the spear. It's a nice spear. There's no... the ring. The ring would be nice, I think. Yeah, I kept the ring, yeah. I'll keep the ring and the gold, and that's all I need. Start anew. I don't need any books or anything. Alright, so we're gonna loot this. Yep. That is not what I needed. But I'll take it. Fucking so annoying. It's alright. It's alright. I don't need that meat. But I do need this and this. That, and all the rest of that can just stay. I don't even have a bow. That's fine. I'll take the spear, the armor set. Right. I'll take a spear, and my bandages, and my gold, and my cooking pot, I guess, or whatever. It really doesn't matter. Yeah. I don't need to bring anything with me. I'm understanding now. I'm ready to leave this place, because I realize now that this is probably a good place to just leave the island. Otherwise, I'll get obsessed with raising wolves again. And that's, like, good, but I don't want to do it in a place where... Rokan, the mortician. Oh. I don't want to do it in a place where... Yeah, I have all that stuff in the bank, but I mean, what... yeah, I have all that stuff in the bank, which I suppose I should craft real quick before I leave. I suppose that's what I will do, actually. Yeah, I have all that stuff in the bank, which is just free skill up, but I mean, I can't craft anything. There's nothing in there that I can cook, and that's all I need from that. I guess I could make spears with it, which is, like, good, but I mean, I can do that where I'm going, and where I'm going, there's no limit. There's a lot of limits on what you can do in Haven. You can't bring the money with you. All your work, all this work is better done outside, so I'm going to go outside. I'm not afraid of going outside. I'm more like, you know, am I ready? And yep, now that I can train 2 wolves, and I've got all those books in my head, and all that stuff, you know, we're sitting pretty here. I'm going to take the back way down to the fishing village and just exit this place finally. And I'll go about my journey very slowly and methodically, but I'm not doing it in the starter zone where I'm capped on what my income is, you know. I like the starter zone, and it was really good, and it's good for a 3-day experience, and I'll be able to do it faster next time or whatever, but right now this is good. I don't have any problems with my standings or anything. Cool, I'm getting skill up for this. Oh, this hurt my legs, I guess. Oh no, I'm just out of stamina. Yeah. God, I didn't die in Final Fantasy 2. That would have made me really mad. I have to step away here for just a minute and go upstairs. I'll be right back.
You've been examined. You've been examined.
And the means of traversing that world, I think would be the Bethesda formula perfected. However, looking at how awful traveling in Starfield is, I seriously doubt Bethesda will ever commit to something so bold. So yeah, maybe the Bethesda game is dead because Bethesda will never make it again, but the idea of a detailed world you can genuinely lose yourself in certainly is not. Combat is the part of the game that received the most attention during development, and it shows as it's the only part I'd say manages to rise to the lofty heights of mid to kinda decent. The ground combat anyways. The ship combat, we'll get to that in just a second. We are in some dire need of a little positivity right now. Ground combat feels pretty decent. A refined Fallout 4 with space magic that actually ties in pretty well with the rest of the combat. There is melee and hand-to-hand combat in this game. Hand-to-hand even has some perks tied to it. However, I stuck to ranged firearms for my playthrough, so I can't really speak to how good or bad those parts of the sandbox are. I will say the weapon selection for melee is very limited, and I really can't imagine rushing a level 90 equipped with a modded magstorm with nothing but my fists. It looks like the two playstyles require a lot of planning, metagaming, and just pure luck to be made viable. Definitely not recommended for first-timers. As well, while stealth is in this game, I once again didn't engage with it outside of some incidental sneak attacks while sniping. It's another playstyle that requires some perks and planning. It's also not as crazy powerful as it has been in previous Bethesda games, so they may have finally tamed the stealth archer meme here. Ranged combat is, without a doubt, the star of the show. There's a huge array of firearms, all organized into different types, with skills and perks associated with them, a decent number of mods you can slap onto them, and if all of that wasn't enough, there's also the legendary effect system from Fallout 4 and 76, which can really start to get your head spinning. While some of the weapons can start to feel samey due to the sheer volume of them in the game, and some of them are outright trash while others are godly, I was actually surprised how distinct most of them felt, with legendary effects doing things like dealing more damage with consecutive hits, random elemental damage, or staggering enemies. That distinction is felt even more. Your guns tend to shape your playstyle, which I actually really enjoyed and felt worked well with how looting in Starfield goes. Just like in Fallout 76, weapon enchantments make no sense in universe, but I honestly don't care as they really do add a lot of depth to combat and character progression. In Starfield, weapons and armor are tiered based on the number of effects an item has. Common, which has no effects, rare, which has one effect, epic with 2 effects, and legendary with 3 effects. As well, weapons have quality levels associated with them that determines how much damage they deal. Basic, calibrated, refined, and advanced. Armor has its own quality level naming convention as well as its own set of legendary effects, but the same principles apply. Armor has been slimmed down as the only armored slots we now get are spacesuits, helmets, and packs. There's an underlying apparel slot that can offer some very modest bonuses, but mostly it's just aesthetics. Just make sure to toggle the setting to hide your armor in breathable environments in the spacesuit menu. Over the years, Bethesda has been flip-flopping with how they do armor. You had Oblivion slimming down the number of equipment slots for Morrowind, then Fallout 3 brought it down to just armor and a helmet. Skyrim expanded that a bit by giving us boots and gloves back along with a ring and necklace. Fallout 4 tried to bring armor pieces back, but its implementation was really jank as only some underlying apparel slots even allowed you to equip armor pieces with them. 76 addressed this issue by letting you equip armor pieces with any apparel. It would just make the armor invisible if it wasn't going to play nice visually with the underlying outfit. Finally, we got Starfield walking it all the way back to Fallout 3, but giving us backpacks as a consolation prize. I'm not a fan of losing control over my equipment and my looks, especially when the name of the game these days is offering players as much control as possible over their appearance with things like vanity equipment slots and such. Likewise, I'm not a fan of losing potential slots for more equipment effects. However, I will admit, not having to sift through tons of armor pieces and trying to get a full set I'm pleased with is an improvement over the hell that became in Fallout 76. Armor also has different damage type and environmental hazard resistances, but like I said earlier, the latter is almost entirely flavor meant to trick you into thinking it's something you should really be concerned with. Really, all you need to pay attention to is the damage resistances, random enchantments, and aesthetics. The problem with the random loot system in Starfield is that it's random. While I do enjoy the fact that I gotta build my character around my arsenal, which makes for an interesting early and mid-game, it ends up having a seriously destructive influence on the long-term progression of characters. The randomness, coupled with New Game Plus, encourages the player to avoid investing into pretty much any weapon-specific skills. And, well, there's quite a few of them, and those are arguably the most effective and interesting skills. The randomness also means you can just continuously lose to RNG and keep pulling up weapons you don't really want because the odds of getting exactly what you want are astronomically low. As well, you can keep pulling up weapons that have effects like Spacer, which is, without a doubt, a bad effect, as its buff when in space combat will hardly ever be active since space combat hardly exists. Meanwhile, its substantial damage nerf in surface combat will almost always be felt. I can't tell you how many guns I instantly ignored just because of this effect. I feel like changing it to react to interior and exterior combat would have been a much better effect. We still have no way of being able to level up armor or weapons, which was a huge issue I had with Fallout 76. So if you find a really awesome shotgun in terms of effects, but it's the lowest tier quality level, there's really nothing you can do with it except deal with its low base stats or vendor it. I still don't see any reason why we can't improve the quality rating of guns and armor, seeing as we have workbenches for this stuff. Weapon mods pack a lot of potential, and like in Fallout 76, there's some surprising synergy you can stumble across with things like white hot mods adding fire damage and perks that would then buff that fire damage. There's a good amount of variety to really make weapons feel more distinct, and they even improved the modding menu a bit to be a little more upfront with what stats the mods affect. Overall, I just don't have a whole lot to say about the system as it's almost entirely the same as it was in Fallout 4 and 76. Armor mods are a little more debatable, and that's mostly due to the utility of armor being a little more dubious.
my mic's been off. Sorry, guys.
Enough environmental hazards. While damage reduction is nice, I really didn't feel it a whole lot between my best armor set and some mid-tier trash. Really, what ends up making and breaking armor are the effects that are on it. Armor mods seem to just be a replacement for some perks with some damage reduction effects thrown in. It's very anemic, which is strange because there's no visual component to armor mods as there are with weapon mods. You would think then it would be no real challenge for the designers to just stack armor with all kinds of stat-altering mods. So let's talk about ground and space combat. Space combat is not ship combat. Rather, it's engagements that happen on ships and space stations. Despite what the marketing had me believing, space combat is actually pretty rare, being restricted to only a few space stations and large ships you'll mostly see during certain quests, and boarding actions if you decide to disable a ship in space and dock with it. While the latter is pretty underwhelming due to most ships being too small to make boarding them interesting, the former tended to be some good stuff, especially when the designers threw zero gravity into the mix. Zero-G works surprisingly well. It takes what you know about combat and turns it on its head in a really good way. Suddenly, all those heavy-hitting shotguns in your arsenal become a liability, as the recoil is going to send you flying across the room. Cover completely changes, encouraging you to start thinking more creatively with navigating in a 3D environment. Even things like how you peek from cover and rush an enemy is made so much riskier. That is, when the AI is able to cope with the switch-up. Sadly, Zero-G is just not used very often. I suspect it came down to dungeon design and uncertainty whether it was going to even be in the game. Still, if Bethesda is actually committed to making Starfield a content platform, more Zero-G stuff is a no-brainer in my opinion. I did find out recently that there's a chance for some Zero-G combat when performing a boarding action. I just never saw it because I rarely performed boarding actions, as the reward for doing them was rarely worth the effort. Surface combat is the bulk of the on-foot action, and like I said earlier, it's pretty solid. What ends up holding it back is balancing AI and level design. Level design and AI kinda goes hand in hand here. I would routinely see AI give up strategically superior positions just to rush out in the open and die even though they had rifles. Or I'd see them struggle to pathfind on some catwalks or through tight corridors. Or I'd see them get themselves stuck in airlocks and doorways. Sometimes they'd hide behind what barely even qualified as cover. A lot of it would boil down to a lack of situational awareness on their part. AI just isn't capable of understanding their surroundings and using that to their advantage. This ends up encouraging the player to just sit and wait. In no time at all, the AI will most likely put themselves into a compromising position. This is unfortunate because we have a few mobility options, such as the boost pack, clambering, and even a combat slide that all seems to encourage an aggressive playstyle. However, combat isn't really designed for constant aggression. That is to say, it doesn't necessitate you use those options and get good with them. While it can sometimes outright punish you for being aggressive thanks to busted enemy level scaling, it doesn't really discourage aggression a lot of the time. It's more like the game just doesn't care. And so you can either play it safe and be bored, or play aggressively, have more fun, but occasionally trip over the unpredictable roadblock up ahead. For the most part, the AI has access to these mobility options as well, but they hardly ever utilize them, and even if they do, it's often to their detriment. This ends up turning a lot of combat arenas into a playground for the player and a prison for the AI. AI tends to have the biggest advantage when the player is assaulting the exterior of a facility and the AI has defensive positions, cover, turrets, and traps at their disposal. This is where ground combat feels the most dynamic. I'm forced to get a little more creative with what I'm using and how I'm approaching the enemy. It also gives the mobility options more room to shine. This really changes though once we get into a building and suddenly it seems the enemies are there just to act as cannon fodder as I clear through rooms like a one-man army. The only wild card the AI seems to be able to pull is to retreat further into the dungeon and group up with their allies. They won't alert those allies and get them to come back to my position to reinforce the allies whom I'm busy slaughtering, so I guess we're still stuck in Skyrim in terms of enemy AI intelligence. What can put a stop to the whole show, though, is when you run up against a random legendary enemy or an enemy equipped with one of the brokenly OP weapons. Legendary enemies make a return from Fallout 4 and 76. Actually, they don't really have a fixed term here in Starfield, so I've seen some people even calling them epics. There's a chance you'll sometimes run into an enemy many levels higher than their allies, who will have multiple health bars and are oftentimes capable of dealing out some serious damage. These are meant to act as boss encounters. However, since they are random, they often end up acting like a bucket of ice water during combat instead. You'll be rolling through and suddenly you hit an enemy that's eating your bullets for breakfast and potentially melting your health bars simultaneously. Some dungeons have encounters where they are weighted heavier to spawn, but oftentimes it just feels like total randomness. This completely breaks the flow of combat, and not in a good way that encourages adapting and experimenting. Usually, the solution is just to fall back on whatever boring cheese strat you've discovered, because getting creative when facing these sorts of enemies is usually met with instant death. When all else fails, you can usually just sit back and whittle them down with some pot shots. The random weapon check is even worse, however. Because this game is a visual mess in the art style department, reading enemies from a distance is basically impossible. However, even if you can properly identify the weapon an enemy is equipped with, you have no idea if that weapon is stacked with enchantments, or is high leveled, or is equipped with some powerful mod. So you might end up in an encounter where the level 70 legendary enemy is being upstaged by the random level 50 dude with a kitted out mag storm that shreds you before you even saw a health bar. Speaking of health bars, I've seen a lot of people claiming enemies in this game are bullet sponges. For the most part, I have to disagree. While RNG can saddle you with weapons that are woefully inadequate and softly discourages you from investing into weapon-specific perks, when you are properly equipped, most enemies and encounters end up feeling too easy, especially on the normal difficulty setting. Admittedly though, level scaling in this game is a mess. Levels scale based off of the star system you are in. The starting systems are the lowest leveled systems, hovering around levels 5 and 10. The furthest systems cap out at 75. However, you can still see some level 60s and 70s in the lower leveled systems, and vice versa with low levels and high leveled systems. This ends up making a system's level feel more like a suggestion than a rule, particularly when you land in the level 40s and 50s. Those systems can feel almost random with its scaling. Level scaling also affects the quality of equipment enemies will spawn with. I wasn't able to work out how the system works exactly, but it seems like your character level determines what loot spawns in containers, while the system level determines the equipment that spawns.
Okay, I went to the mainland and now it's all progress. In reality, it's the real world.
Make money is to fight enemies in high level.
These wool peaches actually matter.
This ends up having a negative influence on exploration, as you're encouraged to stick to the higher level systems if your goal is to get good loot. This also cuts another way. Because an overwhelming majority of the game's quest content takes place in the low-leveled systems, if you're running through that stuff as a high-leveled player, you're going to be bored out of your mind as you stomp your way through each quest's combat encounters. This becomes even more obvious during New Game Plus, and I think the solution would have been to allow those lower-leveled systems to slowly creep up. It's fine to keep the starting systems below the player's level, but I don't think I should be a level 70 going up against level 5s during major quest lines. Now, you might say I should just increase the difficulty setting if I want those low-leveled systems.
Bethesda's bad design. He's right.
First off,
it is.
Even maxing the setting out, a level 5 system is not going to challenge my level 70 character. Second, ship combat scales with a difficulty setting too. And, oh boy, let's talk about ship combat. It's pretty awful. I think it comes down to tuning, lack of tactical options, bad AI, how the encounters themselves are set up, pretty much the whole system from top to bottom. Every ship, enemy and player alike, feels like it's made out of paper. Either shields and hull integrity is too low across the board, or weapon damage is too high. This is coupled with the fact that weapons have some pretty insane range and travel speed, meaning damage is almost always unavoidable, even if you have a ship built for speed and agility. Then you have the combat encounters themselves. Almost every encounter I was outnumbered 3 to 1. In ground encounters, being outnumbered is not necessarily a bad thing because the player has numerous advantages. Tons of med packs and chems, a giant arsenal they can bring around with them, companions, and when all else fails, better situational awareness and a greater ability to use geography to their advantage. Ship combat is devoid of all of those advantages. What your ship is equipped with is all you got. Outside of ship parts, which just repairs hull damage, there's no consumables you can use in the heat of a battle. While companions can buff some ship systems, we can't form a squadron with ally ships. And with most encounters occurring in empty space, there's not much you can do in terms of maneuvers to gain the upper hand unless you got better engines and shields than your enemies. And even then, if it's a 3-on-1, odds are someone is going to be outmaneuvering you. With so few tactical options at the player's disposal, space battles really boil down to a game of numbers and RNG. Todd said they were having a lot of trouble getting ship combat to feel right. Fights were either too difficult, or they were turning into endless jousting matches as the player and their targets continuously did flybys on one another. Rather than expanding the combat sandbox to give the player more tactical options, they just programmed the AI to be really dumb. Let's look at how Elite Dangerous does ship combat, because it looks like that's the sort of ship combat Starfield was going for. For starters, in Elite Dangerous you got way more tactical options. Silent running and chaff launchers to break target locks, shield cells to temporarily boost shield strength, and deployable fighters to harass and distract your enemy, just to name a few. Ships are faster, more agile, and hardier than anything in Starfield. There's also a heat management mechanic in Elite Dangerous that creates more of a potential skill gap that the player can then get good at to exploit in their enemies. However, Elite Dangerous also knows how to set up engagements. Rarely, if ever, is the player just ambushed by 3 enemies and is immediately under fire. Unless the star system is in a state of war and you wandered into an active battle, NPCs aren't going to freely fire on whoever happens by. Pirates, for instance, will just demand some cargo and run off once appeased. Elite Dangerous never spawns players within weapon range. There's always several seconds to give them and NPCs an opportunity to size up the potential fight and either prepare or attempt an escape. Oftentimes, a fight can be avoided without even dropping out of light speed if the player is paying attention to what's around them via the different scanners. Enemies also have options to give chase, which means the FTL drive isn't a guaranteed combat pass. However, the player also has access to those tools too, so if they want, they can be the aggressor and instigate fights on their own terms. This results in some intense games of cat and mouse that are straight up impossible in Starfield, because not only does it lack the tools to make this possible, it also lacks a seamless method of space travel. And finally, Elite Dangerous makes sure when the player is grossly outnumbered, there's allied ships somewhere nearby. Sometimes this is ships that are currently engaged with the enemy, Other times, it's nearby security ships on patrol. All of this adds up to create many layers to Elite Dangerous' combat. I never got killed and thought I'd been cheated. It was either poor piloting skills, poor planning, or committing to an engagement I should have run from. I really don't think Starfield has enough depth to its ship combat to ever really be good, but it can be at least made tolerable. More ship health, faster ship speeds, more balanced encounters, fewer random ambushes with shoot-on-sight targets, and smarter enemy ship AI can go a long way. However, I do think there's a lot of negative opinions on Starfield ship combat owed to the starting ship just being absolute trash. The Frontier is, like many other things in Starfield, a newbie trap. You really want to drop that thing ASAP. If most ships in Starfield are made out of printer paper, then the Frontier is made out of toilet paper. The problem is that the game doesn't introduce shipboarding mechanics soon enough, being tied to the second mission in the main story after the player has been cut from the mandatory tutorial introduction. Actually, it's even worse because the mechanic
I did
is
not get out with a
arbitrarily
weapon.
locked behind
Son of a
perk.
bitch.
So, if the player doesn't have the
It's
perk
fine.
unlocked, they literally cannot perform system targeting during the mechanics tutorial. Like, seriously? Couldn't even give Sarah Morgan the skills so that we'd have a guaranteed way to do it here? Hey, did you know you could actually board the pirate ships that ambush you during the ship combat tutorial? You can even commandeer them and set them as your home ship. This requires you pick a background that gives you the systems targeting skill, however. Systems targeting is a mechanic I was actually surprised to see make it in a Starfield. This is one of the few things I think might be what saves ship combat as a whole if someone is able to make the tweaks that I listed. Systems targeting is basically Starfield's VATS. Time slows down and the player is able to pick a part of the ship's target they wish to incapacitate. Weapons, engines, shield, or grav drive. The grav drive I find funny because I've never seen an AI jump out of a fight to save their lives. Probably because it's nearly impossible even for the player, but also because the AI is programmed to lose. You'll sometimes hear over comms saying that they are jumping out, and your companions will mention how the enemy can't jump away, so I'm guessing enemies jumping out of a fight was a mechanic at some point that just got cut. Disabling a grav drive might be what gets you 0G when boarding though, so I guess there's that. Anyways, the only system really worth targeting are engines. This will stall an enemy ship and open it up for boarding. Once the player kills everyone on the ship, they are free to hop into the pilot seat and commandeer it for themselves. They gotta get it registered with a ship master if they want to modify or sell the ship, but this is actually a pretty decent way to nab a good ship if the player is able to identify one they wish to steal. The identification part is needlessly complicated because it's difficult to see the stats of a ship, perk gated once again, and there's no way to see what modules are on the ship outside of taking it to a ship master and modifying it. However, if the player decides they want to steal a ship, it does add a fun risk-reward twist to ship combat. Where the system targeting mechanic utterly fails, though, is in being at all useful in actual combat. I hate to keep invoking Elite Dangerous here, but in that game, system targeting was a seriously powerful tactic that could level the playing field a lot for a weaker ship. Hit a ship's shield system and your target just lost a huge advantage. Or hit their engines to slow them down so you can make some distance to recover or attempt an escape. Hit the FTL drive to keep them from escaping or pursuing you. Starfield's system targeting mechanic fails here because of the aforementioned low ship health. By the time you've even damaged a ship's engines, that ship is likely almost close to death. In fact, if you don't commit to disabling a system early in a fight, you're likely just going to kill the ship before you disable a single system. Good luck getting 2 systems down, that's pretty much a guaranteed death sentence for the target. Outside of boarding ships in space, the player can also hijack ships that are landed on the surface of remote planets. The challenge with this method is that most ships will only stay on a planet's surface for a minute or two. So unless the ship lands in front of you, you're likely not getting boarded before it's back in orbit. As well, it's RNG, so the likelihood of getting a ship you actually want to keep isn't all that great. The surest method of ship acquisition is just purchasing one. While I have some genuinely positive things to say about that and shipbuilding mechanics we'll get into later, as an early game method of getting a ship, it's pretty much untenable. Basically, I don't blame players for sticking with the Frontier and making the ship portion of Starfield magnitudes worse for themselves because they're so used to not being directed by the game to do something. Anyways, for all the issues I just listed, cranking the difficulty setting and making enemies do more damage to the player while the player deals reduced damage is a fucking terrible idea when it comes to ship combat. We really do need 2 difficulty settings in this game, one for ground combat and one for ship combat. Before we get into character progression, we really should discuss one more element to Starfield's combat: abilities. I've been calling them all kinds of things during my playthrough. Space magic, space shouts, space doom. You see, these abilities are much closer to shouts from Skyrim than they are spells from Skyrim. We get something like a mana bar when we unlock them, but considering most of the abilities tap out the bar in a single shot, it really acts like a cooldown meter, just like how shouts in Skyrim worked. A few of the abilities can be cast in quick succession, and there is a resource that acts like a mana potion, but both of these elements come with some pretty big asterisks, and there's no perks or skills associated with the abilities. So, Space Doom it is. They're even tied to the main quest, are unlocked with something similar to Skyrim's Word Walls. There's a group called the Starborn. No, seriously, Space Doom works on many levels. There's 24 abilities in total, and if you're familiar with shouts and spells from Skyrim, most of them will be quite familiar. You got Fire Breath, Frost Breath, Unrelenting Force, Slow Time, Whirlwind Sprint, Animal Allegiance, but then you got some new ones like Singularity from Mass Effect, spawning a clone of yourself, Anti-Gravity Field, turning yourself into a rock. I actually enjoyed the Space Doom a lot more than I was expecting. I didn't even mind the long cooldown a lot of them have, because many of them can be total showstoppers during a fight.
My
Being able to
frame
just
stopped when
spam
I
these
came
all
to
the
a real
time
town.
would pretty much undermine everything combat has going for it.
I will have to
They're a
drop
lot of fun,
everything.
and while I did find myself gravitating towards a select few, that more had to do with me just finding ones that worked well with my weapon selection and playstyle, and less that it had to do with them being OP. Some of them are kind of worthless, but most have a distinct purpose, and so long as you remember to whip
Little
them
better.
out, they can do a lot to mix up combat. It's just a shame that most combat encounters are too easy in this game to warrant leaning on abilities very often. Okay, I've talked around the subject long enough. Character progression. Let's just start with the basics. Starfield uses an XP system same as Fallout. Earning enough XP, gain a character level up, and 1 skill point. Take that skill point, invest it into a skill to unlock a new perk. You cannot just pick whatever you want from one of the 5 categories, as skills are tiered in their respective category. You need to invest a certain number of skill points into a category to unlock the next tier. As well, skills have ranks to them, and in order to be allowed to invest skill points into ranks beyond the first rank, you need to complete challenges. On paper, this doesn't sound like a terrible skill system. A bit basic, but it should get the job done. However, a lot of questionable design choices and a maddening lack of information makes it perhaps the worst leveling system I've seen from Bethesda to date. Let's knock challenges out of the way because it's the most straightforward in how it's poorly done. I imagine the thought behind adding challenges to progression was to prevent players from rushing all 4 ranks of a skill and basically making the middle 2 ranks meaningful. As well, it does share a very surface level spirit with Elder Scrolls' system of leveling as you use a skill, which addresses that issue of a character that has done nothing but gun down all their opponents suddenly being a master in speech. I don't have much against the idea of challenges being tied to progression, however, 3 issues bog the system down in Starfield. For one, most of the challenges are extremely arbitrary. It's clear coming up with challenges was a real challenge for the designers. Many skills, particularly ship skills, fall back on just requiring the player to kill X number of enemies, which completely defeats the point of the level as you use it ethos. But then there's challenges that can be completed with 10 minutes of grinding or 5 hours of natural playtime. The graph jump skill is a great example. I just sat there jumping between random systems for a little while so I could quickly polish the skill off, seeing as fast traveling wasn't even counting towards the challenge. The crafting skills are some of the most arbitrary, however. You just gotta craft X number of whatever.
To the north, there's a big mountain peak I gotta
challenges just
remember.
act as a
Oh,
tax
what
as you
happened
spend
here? I
resources
disconnected.
crafting random mods and trash gear,
Great.
or building outposts just to spam buildings. The second issue is a lot more punitive for no real benefit, and that's the fact that you cannot earn progress towards a challenge unless you have the challenge unlocked for that rank of the skill. So say you don't have any points in security. Any locks you pick will not count towards its challenge progression. Or say you do have the skill, but you don't have the next rank unlocked, and you just finished the previous rank's challenge. Same issue presents itself. The obvious solution here is to make all challenges track their progress whether you have a challenge unlocked or not. And lastly, you have a complete failure on the UI side of things, as there's no way to see what a skill's challenges are until you've unlocked the first rank of a skill. While most challenges aren't really anything crazy, some of them started to get to be so tedious that they disincentivized me from continuing with the skill's progression. Withholding information is the perfect segue from challenges back to skills in general. While Bethesda has gotten better with giving us actual numbers in their perk descriptions, there's still skills like rank 4 fitness that just says sprinting and power attacks now use significantly less oxygen. Or how about the cellular regeneration skill, whose first 3 ranks simply read slightly increased chance to recover from injuries naturally, moderately increased chance to recover from injuries naturally, noticeably increased chance to recover from injuries naturally. Is someone at Bethesda just screwing with us? Or were the numbers for this skill getting tweaked so often that the person writing the description just gave up and started using synonymous adjectives instead of numbers? The ranking system also adds a new level of confusion. Let's look at ballistics as an example. Rank 1, ballistic weapons do 10% more damage. Rank 2 then does 20% more damage. Now, do these stack, and that means I'll actually have a 30% increase to damage? No, rank 2 just overrides rank 1. Now, I wasn't blindsided by this because I just assumed it was overriding, but I really cannot blame anyone who thought they would be stacking due to how the UI lists the rankings vertically. But where the lack of information reaches its worst is when looking at skills companions and crew members have. Bethesda made a pretty big deal about companions and crew members being able to share their skills with the player, allowing them to do things like buff a ship's weapon systems. The game will list the same skills the player can see and acquire in the skills menu, however, those skills work differently when being shared by crew members. Now, this wouldn't be a big deal if the game told us how these skills worked for them, but of course it doesn't. Take Sam Coe's piloting skill as an example. At max rank, which he is, the player is supposed to be allowed to pilot the best class of ships. However, piloting better ships is not the bonus Sam's piloting skill offers the player. Instead, it simply boosts the ship's engines. I'd be remiss in not mentioning there's another skill, engine systems, in the same category as piloting that also affects ship engines. There's some skills crews share that people online still have yet to figure out exactly what they do, like those ship weapon skills and outpost engineering. So the people trying to test this stuff are left wondering if they're testing
I like
methodology
Private
is faulty,
Sessions. I think
or
he's
if
one of the
skills are simply
smartest
bugged.
kids
And
on
it's not like
YouTube.
we don't have a good place to list this information. We have a crew page we can access at any time.
Maybe he's
that
not a
lists
kid.
Our crew, where they
I don't
are
know.
assigned, what skills they have, and even what skills are being shared. When I heard about this skill sharing system, I
want to
foolishly
rewatch his
assumed that it
Fallout
meant I could
76
hire
one.
crew
Here it
members
is.
who
I
could
found
just
the
act as
monkey.
researchers on my
I found the
ship.
monkey,
Rather than me
guys.
dumping points into weapon
Oh my
engineering or
God.
spacesuit design, I could just burn a couple of crew member slots on my ship and have it covered. I even went so far as to do a social build so that I could have more crew members aboard my ship. Turns out, no crew members have any research skills. Despite having 82 skills in the game with 4 ranks in each, not even half of those are available on crew. And even then, many of them likely don't do anything except act as flavor to explain why they keep giving you sandwiches and rocks. Without the foreknowledge of that, I kept avoiding certain skills for half my playthrough, hoping it would pop up on someone who I could bring onto my ship. Eventually, I realized I got played by the Starfield Direct and started moving away from the social skills build entirely. So with the benefit of crew perks being taken off the table, a new dilemma presents itself. With 328 possible investments, and the game being designed for most players to end up in the 70s, there's nowhere near enough skill points to get everything. In any other RPG, this
Yeah,
is,
the
of course,
charts are always
possible,
dumb.
as it
They do their
encourages
charts so
specializing your
dumb.
character and starting new ones
I
if you wanna
hated
try
this,
different
the original
playstyles.
Skyrim
Starfield
chart
really drops
compared
the
to
ball there
Ordinator.
because, as it turns out,
Ordinator
a lot
was
of its
so much
skills
better.
are either not that great or just outright worthless. This, coupled with the perk gating of a lot of mechanics and a poorly balanced weapon sandbox, heavily pushes players who are paying attention and are not trying to do a themed build like I was, towards a very specific character build. Let's just go through the categories
you
themselves.
disconnected me again.
Physical can be quite literally ignored entirely if you are not doing a melee, hand-to-hand, or stealth build. Weightlifting to increase your carry weight can be useful, I guess. Though personally, I just had a follower to act as backup storage, and then I just dump all my loot in my ship's cargo hold. Physical also has all the perks tied to environmental hazards, but with the survival mechanics being gutted from the game, all of those skills are now worthless. Wellness as health increases can be useful if you're dying a lot, however healing items are plentiful enough in Starfield that I felt compelled to grab this skill. As someone who did a social build, I can safely say most of the skills are worthless, so you can ignore most of this category too. Persuasion's probably the best skill in the category. However, I'd still say you only need about 2 ranks to pass most of the persuasion minigames. Leadership is decent if you like having followers, or isolation if you're going it alone. The skills that increase ship and outpost crew size is very debatable, however, considering how worthless most crew perks end up being. Diplomacy, instigation, and intimidation are the calm, frenzy, and fear spells from Skyrim rendered into skills. They're an interesting idea I'm not opposed to. However, the way you use the skills is so fucking awful it made me quit using them after only a few dungeons. They require you to pull out your scanner, holstering your weapon in the process, get into shooting range of the target, activate them, and then scroll to which skill you want to use. These often fail until you get a few points into the skill as well, so you're basically taking a ton of damage for an effect that kinda disrupts encounters a little bit. It's that classic Bethesda problem of why bother using spells to alter the aggression of your enemies when the easiest, quickest, and oftentimes most interesting thing to do is just kill them. There is a nice side bonus with these skills in that they add new options you can use in Persuasion that, at least according to my experience, always succeed. Diplomacy in particular pops up a lot.
Oh my
Quite
god.
a few points in the minigame. Fortunately, you only need 1 skill point invested to unlock these dialogue options, so if you're committed to just stacking speech skills to talk your way through every persuasion attempt, these can justify 1 point each. Seeing as we're on the subject, let's talk
PST
persuasion.
jacked
We got a
him
new
from
persuasion
me.
minigame that
God
blends a
damn
bunch
it.
of Bethesda's previous speech systems into something that's,
Fucking
mechanically
asshole.
speaking, surprisingly robust. How it works
Fucking
is
shitty
during
shithead
conversations, you might
boomers.
see a dialogue option that has a persuade tag in front of it. Picking that option launches you into a turn-based minigame that has you racking up points in order to win the
They
persuasion.
constantly step
You'll
on
be
me.
presented a
Happens
list of
like once a
options
day.
with
Do you
point
see it?
values
Like
associated
constantly,
with
just
each and a
rude,
color
shitty
representing the
people,
difficulty of
I
the
would say.
option. More difficult options net more points. And
I don't know
like
what's going
said,
on.
you can
Something
see things
happened
like
here. I don't know.
diplomacy
Something with
check
the net
options in
error or
here,
something.
too. Picking an option runs a check. If you pass, you get the points. If you don't, you don't. Rack up enough points before you run out of turns, and you'll pass the persuasion attempt. There's also a chance to score a critical pass, which will automatically win the persuasion attempt as well. The system was designed to make persuasion feel more conversational, and I'd say it mostly succeeds in that regard. There is some weirdness to what your character and NPCs are saying during the minigame, though. It can start to feel very artificial in some
Are you done? Did you
conversations,
leave?
especially if you keep
Fuck.
using turns, or you
I
switch
found the
from
monkey and he
suitable to
fucked
threatening
me.
dialogue options. All in all, though, I'd say it gets the job
Now I've got to
done pretty
wait
well.
or something,
Really,
or
the main
relog
issue
or
isn't with the
something. I
persuasion
don't
system
know.
itself, but how it's used and the fact that it's not an adequate substitute for a proper disposition system. Persuasion is a scripted thing. You cannot just whip it out on any NPC you want like you could Oblivion's Persuasion Pie. I'll give Bethesda credit and admit it was used more often than I was expecting, but it really does take the wind out of the speech character's sails when they only get to use their main skill once or twice during a quest. I wasn't expecting Disposition to come back, seeing as it's been dead for a while now, with its remains being stuffed into the Companion Affinity system. Still, it seems like a missed opportunity not to have some generic version of the minigame we can play to get discounts at shops or get better rewards for completing quests. I guess the bigger issue is the complete lack of interaction with NPCs outside of quest givers, companions, and shops. So really coming up with many uses for a proper disposition system is kind of hard. But the complete absence of the minigame outside of quests made finishing challenges for the skill difficult. I really cannot imagine what it would take to get this skill maxed out if you are not running through a bunch of New Game Plus
God
cycles
damn it, this is so
Next up, we got
annoying.
the combat category, and this one I ignored for most of my playthrough as I was way too busy stacking social science and tech as my Fallout 76 Overseer roleplay demanded. Surprisingly, ignoring this category, save for maxing out the ballistic skill, resulted in combat that was mostly fine on medium difficulty. I think you can safely ignore combat skills entirely so long as you're diligent with looting and maybe tweak the difficulty setting down a notch. So if you're dedicated to some kind of RP or meme builds, you don't have to worry about the combat dragging you down. For the sake of this section, I ended up respecking my character via console commands, because of course there's no way to do that in the base game, even though this is a game heavily designed to encourage a single character playthrough. I'm honestly torn on whether I preferred no combat skills or the absolutely stacked character I respect into. I went from having a decent struggle from time to time on normal difficulty and high level dungeons to absolutely annihilating everything on the highest difficulty settings. I ended up switching to a very aggressive playstyle with my combat loadout, and because I refused to pick up any of the defensive perks from the physical category, my character was an absolute glass cannon, which did help balance out the combat experience. I think there's a happy medium in here that's probably something like 12 to 20 skill points in the combat category. I also think we're going to need some sort of legendary difficulty setting because even without an optimized gear loadout or relying much on the space theme, it was not hard to run laps around the enemies on max difficulty. I think it's important early on to decide whether you'll be going for combat perks to increase your combat effectiveness or crafting upgrades to get the job done. Pick one of these paths and stick with it until you pretty much start running out of things to put points into. Personally, I'd suggest combat skills over crafting skills because the latter necessitates diving into outpost building, and that really seems like a late game system. Or you can skip crafting entirely so long as you're fine with whatever mods your looted equipment comes with. The science category houses all the perks related to crafting and exploration, so either it's going to be a bunch of skills that will be essential for you, or a category you won't give a second glance at. As someone who ended up going hard into the exploration part of the game, I invested heavily into it early on. When it came time to do the respec thing, I gutted it almost entirely because I realized how miserable exploration, crafting, and outpost building are in this game, and I wanted nothing to do with any of it after I got what I needed for the video. Outside of crafting and outposts, a lot of the remaining skills revolve around resource gathering and scanning. The resource gathering ones are frankly not worth the investment outside of maybe 1 point each. The scanning ones are a nice quality of life investment, maybe some decent dump skills if you got nothing else needing the points. Special mention goes to astrodynamics, which increases the jump range of your ship. While Sarah Morgan has this maxed out, her perks only reduce fuel usage, so it's not going to let you make super long jumps between systems. I've seen people arguing this is a great skill, but I gotta disagree, as it's really only saving you a few seconds of having to take slightly more roundabout routes if you're doing some long distance voyages. I really can't imagine making a strong case for spending skill points to make the already thoughtless space travel even more thoughtless, unless you got something against upgrading your jump drive. Tech is the final category, and like science, if you don't care about the spaceship stuff in this game, which with how that's almost universally being called the shittiest part of the game, odds are you don't, then you can ignore most of this category. However, I imagine almost every player will have some points invested into this category because it houses the most essential skill in this entire game, boost pack training. I mentioned it earlier, but that nifty jetpack they kept showing off during the marketing is actually gated behind a skill. It's only 1 point for a tier 1 skill, so if you don't pick one of the backgrounds during character creation that gives you boost pack training for free, this is pretty much the first perk you should pick up, no questions asked. Really, you're going to want all 4 ranks of the skill to get the most out of your boost pack given just how much traveling on foot you do in this game. I really just cannot wrap my head around why you can't use boost packs at all without rank 1 of this perk, given how much combat and traveling suffers without it. I'd go so far as to say piloting is another must-have skill at rank 4, as it's the only way you'll be able to fly the biggest and best ships in the game. With how poorly balanced ship combat is, and how painfully small most ships' cargo capacity is, you really do want access to those Class C ships. Also, it's a minor thing, I know, but why are the worst ships ranked A and the best are ranked C? It's the little things, you know? Security is the final skill in the category I'd say is almost
Don't talk about
essential.
logic
You
with
can
Bethesda.
get away without investing into it or just
Bethesda.
throwing 1 or 2 points at it. But with how many
Good
locks
point.
there are in the game, especially during quests, it's hard to pass up entirely on the skill. While I didn't come across any locks that were essential for me to get through to advance a quest, it really was a nice thing to whip out a lot of the time. There's quite a few locks during quests that could save you a lot of time and frustration. However, breaking into locked storage containers was a very mixed bag for me, so your mileage may vary there. I guess I should talk about the minigame, seeing as I was actually starting to enjoy it once I was able to wrap my head around how it works. Presentation-wise, it looks a lot like the lockpicking minigame we've seen in Bethesda games since Fallout 3. However, there's a lot more going on with it that ends up requiring some neuron activation in order to get through it. The gist is you gotta match the set of notches on the right side of the screen with the slots and the concentric rings on the left side. You can rotate the notches and spend picks to undo mistakes you may have made, and after leveling the skill, you unlock the ability to auto-place some of the notches. The key to the minigame is to plan ahead. Look at all the sets of notches you got, and look at the patterns on the different rings and don't just throw something in the moment it fits, because you can have multiple solutions to each ring. Pick a bad solution and you might end up locking yourself out 2 rings later. I like the minigame because it necessitates paying attention and thinking ahead. There's no time limit, you aren't going to get killed while picking the lock, so there's really no excuse to rush it except impatience, which is totally understandable if you don't get the game or you've been picking way too many locks. However, between skill investments and just playing the minigame a lot, you can get pretty damn fast at it. I started recognizing some basic patterns after a while, which made it a lot easier to punch through even master tier locks. It's a surprisingly engaging minigame that avoids the mindlessness of the old lockpicking system and the tedious boredom of Fallout's hacking. Alright, so with all the categories covered, all that's really left to discuss is what this universal build might look like. As I said, boost pack training is a must-have for any character. Not only do you want it maxed ASAP. Piloting will be another skill you want maxed by mid-game. Security if you want the options it opens up for quests. Maybe some persuasion. Depending upon the guns you want to use, your combat skills are going to vary, but at the very least you want to be investing about 12 to 24 skill points into combat unless you plan on knocking the difficulty down or taking things slow. I'd argue ballistic weapons and rifles in particular are the best. Look to stack armor penetration, critical shot chance, and damage, as those effects get pretty insane pretty quickly. Snipers are solid, shotguns can also get pretty nutty. Most of your early game investment should be in here. Don't be afraid to bank skill points for later use. I'd suggest looking at all the skills you want and then creating a rough map for investing into them. The challenges can throw a lot of those plans out of whack, but I do suggest trying to stick to your plan even if it means sitting on a few skill points for a little while. The reason being, level progression in this game can be glacial. Not all activities are created equal. Surprisingly, doing quests is perhaps the least XP efficient activity in the game. The first 10 or so levels go by quickly, but after that, things really do start to fall off. Grinding New Game Plus can net a lot of XP due to some of the XP
I have a gold
rewards for those
67 now,
particular
nice.
quests. I found the most consistent XP gain was just grinding down
Picking
those
peaches was good money.
There's some weird crap you can do with outposts to farm XP, but you gotta be pretty dedicated in order to stick with it. Long story short, plan ahead and stick with that plan because you never know when you're gonna hit an XP dry spell. After you got all your essentials out of the way, things kinda open up. It really does come down to what tedious bullshit parts of the game you want to ignore entirely, and what tedious bullshit parts of the game you want to make less tedious. Exploration, stack some of the scanning perks. Social, persuasion, and either companion perks or isolation. Stealth, stealth and theft. Carry capacity, fitness and payloads. Ship combat, don't fucking bother, just get some crew slots with the social skills and stack your ship with companions and hirelings. Maybe grab astrodynamics and the skill that increases power reactor output. Dump as much money as you can into upgrading your ship. Then you got your crafting skills. I'm gonna throw starship design in with this slot as it's the only way to acquire the better ship module. I'd leave these for mid to late game as getting crafting off the ground is a real pain in the ass. Maybe pick the weapon modding skill early just so you can start to slap scopes and rage modifications on some of your guns. But seriously, you're gonna get so much more bang for your buck putting your early points into combat skills that boost the different types of guns you're using as opposed to modding them. As for the spacesuits, most of those mods act as replacements for a lot of the physical skills, so it's definitely not useless, but not really essential early on. This advice gets less applicable the more New Game Plus loops you do, however. With how looting in this game works, losing all that randomized gear you spent skill points to build your character around might never be replaced. I honestly have no advice here except don't invest much into weapon-specific perks until you know you're done universe hopping. It's hard to give any solid advice with this progression system because it's clear Bethesda never had any sort of vision for it. There was no grand plan for how they expected players to navigate it. They just threw a bunch of skills and perks into Starfield without any regard for how the other non-skill systems interacted with it. This is why I think it's the worst character progression system they've ever done. Mechanically it's solid enough, but there's no cohesion between it and the rest of the game. There's no better example of that lack of cohesion than Starfield's crafting outposts and shipbuilding. I honestly don't know where to even begin with crafting. That is to say, I never found a comfortable introduction point for it while playing. Starfield has perhaps the worst onboarding experience I've ever seen in a modern AAA game, and I've played Destiny 2's recent free-to-play introduction. What is this? I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at.
This is the free. You're listen. You're getting onboarded into the schizophrenic experience
I
that
am
is Destiny 2, as Todd Howard would say.
I'm already lost. The problem with Starfield being such a disjointed mess of systems and ideas is that there's no way for the designers to create a cohesive flow between the systems. Starfield barely does the player the courtesy of introducing systems to them, let alone explaining how those systems work and how they are meant to intersect with each other. There's no better evidence for the onboarding experience being an afterthought for Bethesda than the fact that the tutorials were bugged and kept resetting themselves during my playthrough. Listening to Todd talking about this, though, it sounds to me like he thinks this is a good thing because it gets players talking about discoveries they made about the game.
When you get into specific systems, what's good is like you can just show a couple screens. You can show 3 seconds of footage with a menu, and whereas like on a first view people don't get it, you know they're gonna go on Reddit and other places and tear it apart, and they're just awesome at it. Like somebody will spend 100 hours going through and figuring out what every skill does. We still like, and this is we've noticed this with it. This is not a surprise for us. I think it's a surprise maybe for the audience. It's a very complex game, and we were okay, for better or worse, with people discovering things in it and sharing that. So they're still finding things. By the time this runs, they're still going to be finding things. And I think that is a little bit of a bonus because it is a single player game where people are able to share these water cooler moments the next day. Be like, did you know you could do this? You can? I didn't know that. Why don't they explain that? There's a lot of that going on, and that's, understandable.
So the dilemma goes like this. I want to start putting mods on my guns and armor, but in order to do that, I need to first unlock the research projects by putting skill points into the weapon and armor modding skills. Once I got the projects unlocked, I then need to complete the research projects, which requires crafting materials. To get the crafting materials in any serious quantities requires either lots of money or diving into outpost building. However, unless I plan on completing only a couple of research and crafting projects at a time, I also need a lot of storage space, be that on my ship, at an outpost, or lugging everything to the lodge, which has an unadvertised feature of giving the player unlimited storage in its basement. Upgrading ships, especially pre-built ships with storage modules, is not a straightforward task because
are worth
reasons
quite a
we'll
lot.
get into,
Wool
and
paws
it's
are worth a lot
expensive.
too.
As well, buying a pre-built with storage space is also expensive and likely requires a high piloting skill. Outpost building is the next route then. However, it requires investing into the outpost engineering skill, which requires building different things at various outposts in order to complete its challenges, which requires lots of different resources, which requires storage space, which requires a ship with a bigger cargo hold, and you see the problem here? This is what it looks like when a system has no on-ramp. This is likely why I haven't seen any reviews going into outpost building in any sort of depth. They all looked at it, saw no way to naturally get into it, and just assumed it wasn't for them. I don't blame them for doing what Starfield was designed to facilitate and outright ignore a whole part of the game. I do take offense to all the reviews who just assumed outpost building is a good system despite not trying it for more than a few minutes, because it's not a good system. In fact, I'd go so far as to say it's a significant step back from what we had in Fallout 4 and even 76. How Fallout 4 created an on-ramp to its settlement building was with Sanctuary, a large settlement with tons of resources in a safe part of the map, introduced very early into the game, complete with tutorial
There's a
quests
thriving
for all of
market
its
here.
major
It's
systems.
really
Starfield
makes me
needed an
happy.
optional quest like this
Makes
that
me
would
so
send us
happy.
out to a
Like, I don't know, like looking at this thriving market makes me so happy. Kind of, it's funny. I'd like to bump the UI a little bigger, like a little tiny bigger. Yeah, what resolution am I actually in? Like, I mean, it makes no sense to me.
Approaching Stargate.
We are trying to... What was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm going to make the UI bigger. So, UI scales at 120. Let's try 125. Yeah.
Autopilot jumping.
Little bigger.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
A little bigger, I think. Yeah, that's. I think that's about as
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
There's a new Mortal game coming, new Mortal sci-fi game coming. Though I don't really need that, but maybe it'll be fun.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jump to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Did I aggro? Oh, I did. Oops. Yeah, let's see if that damn monkey's back.
To Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, good, he is. There we go. Cool, I can finally finish this fucking quest. Die, zealot. So... Yep, perfect. And then these are cut off, however, so we'll go...
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
Oh, it's turn-based combat, huh?
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
Hello?
Autopilot jumping.
Meow?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
What to do now? Oh yeah, pick those speeches, yep.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Well, I'll just start stockpiling that stuff. I've got enough stuff to go out and look for wolves. I suppose I should go now and look at the Mortal 2 map for where the wolves are by Faburnum.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive.
Nope, I don't want this to be the link anymore. I just want to go to the map. Yep. And there we go. And I want this to be the link that's in this file. And we are looking at for Burnham, which is Cornesh for Burnham. And if we zoom in around for Burnham, Rivers versus all for PvP challenge. Okay. Bandit Camp. Bandit Camp. Bandit Camp. Burnham Sewers. For Burnham Tower. For Burnham Guarded Town. For Burnham Bridge is west. Backdrop Ruins.
Autopilot jumping.
Bandit Camp. Wolves Ruins. Wolf Valley. Cran Lake. Backdrop Ruins. Mortal Wolves near Faburnum.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
So if I leave out due south out of Faburnum, I'm liable to see Wolf Valley and you know, if I want mountain money, I don't know, maybe I best maybe I best stick to the sewer for now. And with that, or, well, no, I want wolves. I want wolves, so I'll go out south, I guess. It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna put this stuff away for now. I want to buy an axe, I think. It would be fun to chop wood and sell it directly to them and then use it to buy a horse, but I don't know.
Autopilot jump to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I want to create a guild.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
So if I go out south, will I get wolves? I don't know. Let's just try going due south for just a bit. Let's see if I see wolves.
Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I mean, I don't know, like, oh yeah, bush pigs, yeah, I don't know, I don't, you know, maybe I should kill some bush pigs, just so I have meat to feed the wolves, I guess. That's actually maybe what I should do first, yeah. That's alright. Oh, I love this game. It feels like right away it grips you like Rust. It's got a Rust feel to it. I mean, really, chopping wood. This is gray wood. I wonder what the price of gray wood is on that auction house, because I mean, really, a horse would be really best. It would be best, but
Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping.
I need to buy a bow and all that.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
So I came out southwest, so I need to go northeast to get back, northeast to get back, northeast. And the big mountains always north. For Burnham is up and over the rise. Oh.
Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate.
Wow, a lot of people live here.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Oh.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station.
Cow owns all this. Okay. This is so much better than fucking Shot of the Avatar. This is what I want a Shot of the Avatar to be. He didn't have the strength. I think he wanted the money. Wolfbrush is worth taking. It's not. It's like not. It's shitty to walk past it. I actually need it.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
All of a sudden, I really like this game.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Now, northeast is the town. There's a road going out of it. Oh, I wanted to finish the bush pig, yeah. This guy Drew. I know he's farming, is he? Yeah. I love hearing the sound of people mining out here. That's actually awesome. Tells you. Okay, so we're back, and here we will buy a Master at Arms. 89, nice. They're cheap right now. Okay, here's the Master at Arms. Pretty good, and we accelerate our growth. Now she's only 13 hours away from Jones 5. She like halved what she needed left. So sweet. When I wake up tomorrow, I'll have Jones 5, and that's a good step towards what I need to do. I'll also, well, yeah, I also have Electronic Warfare to 4, which is good, so I'll be able to get those. Probably won't make it all the way to ECM tomorrow, but I will by the next day. And by the next day, I'll have like good ECM, and I'll just use her to ECM people who attack me solo. I'll leave the ECM drones out so they know what they're gonna fucking deal with, which is that they can't target me. Oh, no, I have aggro from something, do I? Yeah, I do. I still haven't done that monkey. I'm so stupid, and then I could get locked out for another 10 minutes like I have been. Yep, frame rate's good on 11. That's good.
That had all the resources we needed to get a basic place set up. There, it would run us through the tutorials to explain the basics of its systems. Power management, resource extraction, storage linking, defense, crew assignment, outpost linking, just to name a few. None of this is explained in-game, so you either gotta go online and watch tutorials, which didn't exist at launch, or do what I did and spend several hours trying to learn the system through trial and error. Even then, gaps in your knowledge will mean you're gonna be screwing something up or left wondering if something is bugged or poorly designed, because how can there be no way to search your warehouse setup outside of walking up and manually going through 20 plus storage containers looking for where the system decided to dump all your aluminum? It's a fucking mess. Out of all the things we've covered so far, no system drove me crazier than out.
You know what I think I'm missing is I need to run a I need to boost drugs when they attack me. I need to bring drugs with me. That'll be the difference. I'll pop drugs the second day show. And yep. And yeah, and I'll tank on my main, and I'll ECM block with my alt, and yeah. Anyways, so we're trying to find this stupid monkey again. He's like way over here, I think. Yeah, he's just down this hallway. Okay, here's the monkey. I don't want aggro, I just want to get this over with. I want to trade him the Beast Caller. He happily accepts the beast collar and leaves. I think that's everything I have to do. I'm gonna get my boots now finally, but I don't have a way out, so gotta deal with that. I could just blood warp, and it would be faster, a lot faster. It would be honestly faster to replace the XP. I've made XP here. Yeah, it's easy. It's gonna be better to just have birds kill me, so I can get out of here. It's just faster. Yeah, I can chain 4 of these, and they'll kill me out right away. Yeah, we call this blood ports, and it's unfortunate, but it's like I forgot my fucking scroll of warps, so this is what happens. But I mean, XP is endless and easily. I mean, it truly is endless. It's like one of the few things in the game that's endless. And so, I mean, honestly, of the 3 things that you can trade for a ride home, XP is one of the things that isn't that bad. Easy to get that. So, I mean, it sucks to die, but yeah, I'm not going to turn my back and, you know, just eat it until they kill me. So, what am I doing here? I'm trying to get a bush pig. You say there's a bush pig here. I hear one, but I don't see one. It's interesting how there's tables out here, because that could really change things for me too. Like if I don't have to do all the walking to go back into town, that could be fairly interesting for me. I could just craft spears out here, chop wood right here, and then just craft spears and stuff. Yeah, are you killing me? Fucking kill me. Go. Free utilities is what is this now? Free utilities, Crimson Beast. Oh yeah? Oh, free utilities. Okay, well let's go see. Let's see what he says. Oh no, I don't wish to go in there. Free utilities, access chest. Okay. No, I don't think so. So there's a butchery table right here, which is fucking awesome actually. Oop. Now there's a lot of pigs suddenly. The fuck? What? Why am I missing these fucking huge pigs? Die. Yep. Now run. Run as fast as you can. Oh god, just run over there. Yep. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, I'm dead. Yeah, it's okay to die for this. Yep, that's okay. So now we go to upper. Yay, I got my boots, and then that's 2/5 of the stupid SAF done. Or is it 6 parts? I don't know. Whatever it is. Excuse me. No, wait, oops, I came in the wrong place. This nightmare of a mission, but it's, I mean, the reward is good. I mean, it's not a bad reward, I just don't care about it, it's the difference. Cool, Beast Gators, and I have a new pair of boots, yay, Beast Gators, and these crappy queer high boots, I can sell them. Nice, Charisma 3 is always good, enhances reward effect and Charm +2. That's good because the reward effect is actually really good for me. So we're gonna sell these crappy high boots now. Goodbye. We'll take the 551 for them. Yep. And where? Oh yeah, those Beatles leggings +1. Why are these here? That seems weird. But oh well. I don't know why that's in my thing. But anyways, Mog Wardrobe. I've got 15 more slots. Beetle leggings. Oh, you know, actually, those Queer High boots, I might need them later. I didn't think about that shit. I'd rather just take them back and not lose them. And I'll just stick them away because they're actually placeholder boots for a lot of other stuff that I might need. So yeah, we'll just put them in my box for now. That's okay. I'm gonna get the, you know, the microphone is kind of far. If I could drag the table, yeah, that would be good. There, perfect. Get the camera a little bit better there. Yep, sweet. So now what? We got the Gators. Like I said, probably talk to him again. Now I want to get the next quest in the thing. Now, what happened to this walkthrough that I was just looking at here? Okay, talk to British Scattered. Okay, Borgers' Wild Hands. Okay, you must have completed Wings of Gold. Start the quest of talking to Gooselim at the Durable Shields in the Upper Juno. Go to Crawler's Nest and get a nest coffer key. Once you have the key, you must find a treasure coffer. Trade a key to get the coffer. Ever seen the old gauntlets? Return to Gooselim's gauntlets worth, but it cannot repair them. What do I repair? Find the two blessings, examine the body to the biggest cash was the ball. Examine the torch, and then a dark spark. Then once you have the torch, and you'll get your beast gloves, which is, hey, it has Dex 3, which is fine by me. Plus parrying skill is good. They're not amazing, but I mean it's not that hard. I think I even have a Nest coffer key. Oh yeah, I definitely have a Nest coffer key. Yep. Nest coffer key is sitting here. There's a quicksand coffer key. Toyota coffer key. But I don't see my Nest coffer key because I think it's in here. Oh, Garlia's chest key. Nest chest key. Nest coffer key. There it is. Yep. Oh, no, what's that sound? Oh, yep. So now I am... looking for that butcher table that I just saw. Very good. That's good. This is a lot of weight, so, but I need to get my credit for the quest now. I need, yep, one more pig and I'm good. That's for burning them up the hill, right? Yeah, and I don't know what to drop. I guess it would be the pig meat, but... yeah, I don't need this much pig meat, and I don't need a level cooking, so... let's split it in half, I guess. Dump some of it. Yep, so now I can at least move. Yep. Yeah, I wasn't really gonna do archery. I was gonna fucking fight as a footy. Oops, I did not mean to just wander in this person's house. Oops. Wow, look at that place. Jesus. Now. Oh yeah, so now I can leave. We're gonna go to... Yep. I have the boosts in and everything. Doing everything as I should. Getting this Orca training done. Now, looking for... yeah, we're looking for there. Okay, I think we're good. Yes, should be good.
Autopilot engaged.
I am very low blood sugar, and I believe I will pause to pause to eat. I want to get in the town rather than stand out here before I do that.
Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jump. Active. Approaching Stargate.
Why would you erase things? It's so annoying. Why would you erase that?
Warping to Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Active. Warp drive active.
Nice. Well, I didn't really make that much money, but I made some. And I am going to turn in a task now.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
Nice, I got a goal for that. Gotta go kill more bush pigs, I guess. And, you know, I'd like to look at the equerry to see what is for sale. I suppose I should put all this crap away.
Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
This guy's playing his guitar. Pretty good.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Pilot jumping.
I guess killing bush pigs is the next best thing to do until the sun rises, and then I'll go hunting for wolves. I don't want to fight wolves at night, not because I don't know where to go, and I'll lose my bearings.
Warp drive active.
Okay, got my boots, and I'm done with Castle Stroha, which is very good. The next one, I guess, is an easy enough one for me. Gooselim at the Durable Shield Shop. Okay, so we're gonna go see Gooselim. And I have a Nest Copper Key, which is very good. But I'll have to go pop the coffer, which might be hard. That might be actually kind of hard. So, but no, I don't think Nest Coffer Key is particularly hard, unless it spawns down below, which can be kind of annoying, but I don't foresee a lot of problems. Trying to...
Approaching Stargate.
Trying to... find the shield shop.
Approaching Stargate.
Yes, it's... Is that the entrance over there? Yeah. And I'd like to eat, I think, and I probably will eat.
Jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping.
It's up to Gooselim. Okay, we're gonna have a... Oh, do you want to hear about Borgertz? Yes, I do.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive
Okay, so I guess I do go kill bush pigs again. People everywhere, and I like that. I think they've been fucking around trying to sell stupid ass video game consoles that are just nerfed computers, and I think they should just sell gamer PCs for $750. Really good ones that'll get you like solid medium performance out of modern games, you know. And I think they should phase consoles out entirely and make games like this available to the kids. Not games like this, but well, actually, yeah, this game would be okay for the kids, I would say, because you can censor the nudity. You can. It's violent. It's really an adult game, but I want the kids to be able to play the game. That's the difference. Their console can't do it. Console. Oh, there we go. So, I need to switch to my spear.
Approaching Stargate.
God damn it, you stupid pig.
Approaching Stargate. Jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping.
I'm not gonna worry about hauling all of this. There's Eisenfaust, who's with companions.
Approaching Stargate.
I am trying to get a pig. Yeah, I can hear you.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I can't believe you're outrunning me right now. You're so annoying.
Jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I don't need that stuff, yeah. Like, the meat itself, like, cooking is good, but it doesn't bring any money, really. Skinning does, though.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, the Taskmaster Hunter, cool. Yeah, I like that a little, like, that tells you which way town is. I like that.
Approaching Stargate.
I'm gonna gank that guy. But already I've got to worry about my Tendremic rep.
Autopilot jumping.
I am disliked and my current standing is 5.
Approaching Stargate.
So I could get away with 3 kills, I think, before, like, so I would just keep working on it. Oh my god, I went the wrong way, didn't I?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Just gonna check the various things that I have before I do anything. So we have bone tissue here. Bone. Oh, bone tissue does sell. Wow. Look at that. 6 copper. Shit. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah.
Approaching Stargate.
Oops, I did the wrong box, huh? Yeah, there we go. Well, nice. There's some money. Cool. Mulch doesn't go for much, but okay, but it's still okay.
Autopilot jumping.
See if people are buying full grain now. Nope. And see, they're buying tallow. I don't think so, but we're just double checking. Yep. And these pig's hoofs. Hoof. Oops. No hoops? No, I guess not. I did all. Okay. Alright, so now we're on a mission for a horse, so we liquidate everything, like pretty much everything. I liquidate everything. Yep, all of it, except for the money. Money all stacks, but the rest of this crap, no. Some of it I do need, like the wool brushes for the horse, but the tallow, the mulch, the bush pig meat, the full grain, that stuff can stack because they'll buy that. But all the rest of this has got a vendor. Yeah. Yep. And so we'll go vendor.
Wait, you can cast Necro while running? Or sprinting? Full sprint, yeah.
Going to the vendor.
Docking request accepted.
He like spins all the time.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached. Approaching station.
I like the style of spinning. I think that's cool. But how do they spin that fast? I don't have that kind of fucking... That's tricky.
Request accepted.
But I like it. It's outside the box thinking.
I have what you're looking Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Okay, so we go blur, 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 blur. We got a gold 29. That's not bad. We'll replace the weapon. Sorry, my bow. We'll replace my bow. So I have 4 gold, 3 gold there, which is good, and I will use that to buy arrows. Yeah. Oops.
I have what you're looking for. Only the best for you. Deal. Nice talking to you.
Los cabros que andan por ahí por el Polar Forest haciendo bandillos, haciendo wey.
Ya, pues vamos al castillo.
Ya, pues, bacán. Tengo que comprar un caballo, déjame sacar unas monedas.
Vale.
It's a beautiful language. Ordo Rutorum Library, huh? There's so much to learn. Now, I'll get a gold for turning in the hunting, Taskmaster hunting thing. I want to go looking for wolves now that the sun has risen. We are at the ice belt area. We will switch to Mackinaws and go out to the belt. Mackinaws out to the belt. And out to the belt we go. Out to the belt we go. Out to the belt we go. Out to the belt. Out to the belt. Out to the belt we go. Looking at the logo, we see that there's a lot of good normal people here. And yes, you are right. You are right. Yeah, undock. And you are correct, right? Yeah. Are you full? Oh, you're full. Oops. You need to go back.
Docking request accepted.
I want to turn the chat off. Is there a button for it? Can I bind a key to that, like to turn chat on or off? No, I don't think so. I wish you could. I wish you could bind a macro. It would be way better. But anyways, so yeah, we'll just turn off the voice. These boys, they sound angry to me. And like, I don't really want to. I don't want to do... See, I want to enable the voice chat, but I'm going to turn the the volume off. Yeah, because you can't turn off their voice. But you can... Yeah, I think that does turn it off, yeah. Yep. And check. Check. Don't enable voice chat, just check. What is my keybind for voice chat? Push to talk is tilde, yeah. So, but I have it turned off. Even when I hit the button, because it's deactivated right now. And I want it... Yeah, I want it on, or well, not on, yeah, on there. The hell? Oh, I thought it was like, oh, never mind. Nice, and 50 glory, Hunter Renown, and glory. Oh, I got 50 glory as a bonus task, which is a lot. Let's go see. Oh, yeah, my skills are kind of cut off there, but let's go see what my clay gifts are at. I have level 6. Oh, I'm about to get it. I need 560. That's cool. And so, yeah, and Taskmaster Soldier was the Fresh Walking Dead, yeah. So we'll go do one of those just to keep it, you know. Yep, and I want to just keep, after I turn that in, I want to keep an eye on my Tindremic rep, because I'm watching it here. Right, so I'm at 5, and getting the standing higher is hard. It's like you have to do parcel quests. I want to live on the border of somewhere like Galkor or whatever. Yeah, or just go to Kranesh, the lawless town, where nobody will get pissed off for being criminal or whatever. Is that in the... Is Kranesh in the I don't know. Anyways, we'll pick some of this, though. Araya. I like her. Looks awesome. I need some full grain leather. I totally spaced it, but I do need to make a saddle. So yeah, maybe we'll go do one more pig or something. Let's see, Walking Dead. I will run a wolf and a horse. It would be awesome. What was that? So you need to... I'm just standing here, which is kind of dangerous. I should actually go towards the side. I should go get the boss is what I should do. Just go right to the boss. I will sit and wait for him. Lame. Well, let's just sit here and rest. And I will dump this stuff. Yeah, good. And then I will get out and we will work to...
Warp drive active.
Oh my god, what? Oh my god. Well, I have the gold in the bank. There's nothing on me. Okay. Well, that was fast before I could even alt-tab. It won't let me tab! I was trying to tab to the client. It wasn't that I lost. It was that fucking, like, you know, I was trying to tab to my fucking client. I doubt he even took anything. Take me to the priest. How do you do that? It's like... Why am I always distracted when this shit happens? Why would you get a murder count for no reason, you fucking moron? Now, yeah, I'll go back there again, see if my shit's there. Oh, no. I want to go to the priest. God damn it, I forgot to res. Oops. Well, that's what I get. I don't have anything, but okay. Fucking idiot. My shit's gone, huh? That's alright. I can perhaps punch him to death. I doubt it, though. What's that? Yeah, here. Stole all my arrows, you fucking asshole. That's okay. Oh no, I have the wrong thing on my bar is what it is. Oops. That's why. Oh, and he took my bandages too. Damn it. That's alright. I wonder if I can beat his ass. He's still sitting over there. This was a good spot to hide. Yeah, you can't like totally see him or whatever. Yeah, you can like. That's a good spot. Yeah. Where did we run to? He's like hiding. Got my arrows and bandages stolen, but I honestly don't care about that. We'll get the zombies done. I got a clay gift. Oh, nice. Oh no, I didn't get a clay gift. What happened here? What happened? Shit! I'm like goddamn distracted.
Warp drive active.
Trying to get out there. Nice. And now we are ice mining. Oh, cool. Oh, hells yeah, this is a big step for me. Or 2 constitution, large lungs. Or 2 constitution. I think 2 constitution, and then yeah, 4 more to constitution over here is good. Yeah, buy that next. Now I'm even harder to kill. What are we doing? Get up, get up. God damn it, what was that? My spear broke. How did my spear break that fast? What? Okay, well. $200 gold is not bad. $10 silver. I mean, it's better than nothing. 367 isn't bad. That'll buy me the fucking... Hopefully, there's a good spear on the fucking auction house. We'll see. No, not the banker. I'm looking for the trade broker. Is that on the other side? I think it is. Is it over here? No, no, no. I'm in the right place. That was the right place. Isn't that the right place? I think so. Where's the big banker? I think it's that one. Yeah. Oh, I love this game now. It's so good. So, yeah. Nope. Just melee weapons. Spear. Oh, thanks for that. Why did you do that? Don't do that again. Spear. One gold, 79. I want you to order by cost. That's the cheapest one. Yeah, I'll take it. But 31.78. 45 for 9 gold. 17. 31.78 is better than 17. It's like almost double the damage. So, yep, and that Malachite long spear for 41, that's like 10 gold, yeah. So we'll start with the El Habrazad Flake. Buy it. Oh, it's a gold 80. Oh, I'm like a little bit short. Oh no, wait, no, I'm not short. No. Wait, what? Yeah, buy that. Yes, buy this item. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna equip this spear. Cool. And come to the banker and put this other spear away. Along with these peaches and copper and worms. And I need enough silver to buy some bandages, so I will go do so now. He didn't... yeah, I guess... yeah, I can't really afford arrows. Or I can afford arrows, yeah. I'll buy like 50 bandages, and then I'll go and try and get wolves.
Please, come again.
So, magic vendor, no, yeah, the utility vendor, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, bandages, right? Yeah, I want like, I don't know, like 40 or something, or like 150 is like 78 silver, yeah, and then I'll buy the rest in arrows.
Thank you. Welcome back anytime.
Yes, and no, the utility. No, I want the utility vendor.
Let me show you.
Yes, 80 arrows. Yep, sold.
Only the best. Welcome back anytime.
Okay. Now that I've got a good spear... oh, cool. It has the 3 handles. Yeah, it looks fucking sweet. It looks way better. Oh, wait, I have to go to the Taskmaster. Damn it, I forgot something. So let's see. I don't get, oh, I do get standing when I move to tribe rats, so I got to keep doing this. So I'll take the general. Yep, and then
outpost building. I think the worst part is just getting another outpost set up because it requires a lot of different materials just to get a very basic extractor going. Far more resources than you'd ever be able to pack onto the frontier. If you don't have a ship with enough storage space to transport everything, you're going to be doing a lot of back and forth between that outpost and wherever.
Yeah, and this is why I quit. I was like, until I can fix that, I'm not doing this.
You'll just be fast traveling. But it's
and the story wasn't interesting to me at all. I didn't care. I did not buy that game for the story. The story was the least of the interest to me. I'm not a video game story guy. I'm in there for the combat and the fucking, like, the design and the music. And the music and the design were good, but the music and the combat were good, but the design was a little iffy. And design errors like forcing me to go around trying to steal all the time to get the money to buy things when your game isn't even that fun or whatever. I don't know.
Try and keep track of all the materials you need in order to build a handful of solar generators to power.
Like 76 was good. I have no issue with 76. Every minute of it was fun, except for when it was like buggy or problematic.
Had this figured out. Linking workshops.
Other than that, it was like good. The experience was very
fun.
fun.
The workshop. Go back to one of your established settlements, assign a settler as a caravan to that new settlement, and boom, you got access to all your resources at your new workshop. Go back to that new settlement and build it out to your heart's content. Starfield has a system to link outposts together, but this will only transport some materials that are fed into the landing pads. It does not give access to your entire storage system. As far as I'm aware, there is nothing in Starfield that replicates the functionality of Fallout 4's caravan system. While you can get a basic outpost going without any investment into the outpost engineering skill, you'll really want to get points into that skill if you're at all committed to the system. Just be warned, you still need to spend resources on the research projects to finally be allowed to build those bigger storage containers. Also be warned, outpost engineering is one of those skills we still don't know what it does when being shared by a crew member. In all likelihood, it's currently bugged. The only people I've seen getting any sort of mileage out of the system are those using it to build XP and money farms. So I guess it's nice to see Bethesda making a system that appeals to the min-max spreadsheety players again. However, the fact that I haven't seen any articles or videos showcasing beautiful and nifty outposts in Starfield leaves me to believe that this system is not nearly as popular among the creative building community as Fallout 4 and 76's settlement system. Outpost building is a very tedious process requiring hours of prep work and doing things in a very specific order just to be allowed to build some prefabs. While I do kind of like the aesthetics of outposts, particularly my warehouse setup, this is a very inflexible system. This isn't a system where you're allowed to build structures one wall at a time. All the structures are just boxes that snap together. These are just giant empty rooms that don't inspire creativity. As well, placing the prefabs on anything other than flat, empty geography is super finicky. I cannot imagine trying to build a base on the side of a hill or inside a crater. Issues like this inevitably drives away players who just want to build cool-looking bases, especially when there's so much competition in the base building genre these days. If you look at Outposts as a watered-down version of a factory building game like Satisfactory, things start to click a little more. However, compared to those games, Starfield's offering looks like a pre-alpha mod. Outposts are too small, the mechanics for building, connecting, and managing machines is too clunky, and the UI is not at all up to the task necessary to keep the player from getting lost in all of this. And at the end of the day, Outposts just don't have enough on tap to make it appealing for that sort of gameplay. If you don't want to bother with Outposts, but you don't want to rely on the Lodge's infinite storage container, then living out of your starship is your best option. This is perhaps my favorite element of Starfield. Not ship combat, fuck that trash. No, I mean having your own ship and then flying it around the galaxy. Having a base of operations has been a thing in Bethesda games since before even Morrowind. Where the player chooses to settle down, how they use that space, how they decorate it, all of these things do a lot to make each romp through one of their games feel unique. It really helps color a playthrough and does a lot to create a sense of adventure as that space slowly evolves to reflect what you have accomplished over those many hours. Bethesda's been expanding upon this aspect of their games over the years and to great success, I feel. Bethesda leveraged the opportunity Starfield presented to take that base and make it mobile, resulting in the ship builder. This is perhaps the only truly original element of Starfield that I think is a solid contribution to the space game genre. So naturally, it was not the work of Bethesda Maryland, but instead outsourced to their support studio in Dallas. Remember Jamie Mallory, Sandwich Lady? Yeah, this was her team's project. It's a cool system, but it's got some pretty serious issues. For starters, the controls are very clunky. The system uses snap points the same way the settlement and outpost building systems have used. The snap nodes can sometimes be too close together for the aggressive magnetism to play nicely with, resulting in the module you're trying to place being snapped to all sorts of positions on the ship. There's also a deck layer system you need to cycle through in order to place parts above or below the ship, which only adds to the, I don't know, floaty feeling to the system. Anyways, without a doubt, the best way to build a ship is to hover over a snap point and then open the module purchase menu. This has two very useful benefits: filtering out anything that will not snap to that specific snap point, and automatically snapping the new module to that point, removing the need to mess with the floaty controls. So your ship has several things it needs in order to be valid and pass the flight check. It needs a landing bay, some landing gears, a cockpit, a docking port, thrusters, a fuel tank, a jump drive, and a reactor. Weapons and a shield generator are optional, though heavily encouraged. There's more to it than that, though. The bigger your ship gets, the more requirements and limitations are going to pop up. Ships can only be a certain length and width because they need to be able to fit onto landing pads at settlements. They also need to have a certain number of landing gears to support it, so if you're making a long ship, be prepared to start spamming gears to clear the error message. The more you throw on a ship, the greater its mass gets, requiring more thrust, either in the form of more powerful thrusters or a greater number of them. You'll also need a bigger grav drive. This is the dance I kept getting stuck in, as in trying to upgrade one of those things, one or two of the others would then get thrown out of whack until I hit the brick wall that was the reactor size limit. I'm not annoyed by there being limitations. They seem a bit low, but whatever, we'll blame that on console hardware or the game engine. What's really frustrating is trying to find a configuration that actually works. I didn't think my cargo ship was that unreasonable, but it took a good half hour of just messing with different engine and reactor configurations until I found one that actually worked. And I only managed to break out of the circular power management trap by capitulating and cutting down on mass of my ship. What would have helped immensely is if the UI had some way to filter out the modules that weren't going to be powerful enough for my hull mass, or if there was something that at a glance could indicate a module's mass to power ratio. I found the best way to work out what the more efficient modules were was to just look at the most expensive ones and work backwards. However, from my experience, most modules progress linearly. That is, their benefits and drawbacks scale at the same rate, so you're really only paying for more power, which is exactly how you end up creating these sorts of balanced loop traps that I kept getting stuck in. The worst part of all of this is that there's no way to save your build and come back to it later, or save a draft you can reload if you get a few minutes into some changes and decide you want to revert. There is an undo feature, but it's so inconsistent it cannot really be relied upon, and once again, it's no replacement for an actual save feature. Considering doing a total ship build from scratch was taking me upwards of 2 hours, not including painting the ship, a lack of a save feature is a huge issue. It really ends up turning into a battle with the tools as my vision smacks up against all of these limitations, resulting in me making a ship that's not at all how I imagined it, but instead some sort of disappointing compromise. It's clear the system can be used to make some crazy stuff, it's just the very rough edges of the system get in the way of player creativity. Fortunately, I believe most of these issues can be fixed. Whether it will be Bethesda or modders who will clean it up, we shall see. Hopefully someone does, because getting to see a ship I designed rendered into a familiar human scale was a genuinely powerful moment. I've never felt so attached to a base in a Bethesda game as I did with my ugly-ass Vault-Tec themed cargo ship. It flew like a brick, had some horrendous blind spots when piloting it, the interior was a maze, and performance on the ship dropped into the 50s, but damn did I love that ship. Where customization really fails is with the interior, however. I really don't understand the internal logic that dictates how interior configurations are decided when you're connecting the different habitat modules, because most ships feel like they were designed to be the most oppressive, closed-floor suburban American colonial imaginable. I'd have to take the most confounding serpentine paths through so many ships, which made it a real pain trying to locate companions who would rather hang out in the cramped landing bay rather than the cushy crew quarters. I really wish we could go in and open up walls and seal off passageways the way we can with outpost modules, or at least see in the builder what sort of pathways and internal connections the game is going to create. There's no way to see what the interiors of the modules look like when in the ship builder. They don't even list what workbenches are included in the modules, so I didn't know my workshop included a research computer, so I ended up tossing an unnecessary science bay into one of my ships as a result. I was surprised the outpost building system wasn't accessible when on ships. I figured that was a no-brainer, allowing us to place in couches, tables, display cases, and whatever else. As it stands, we've been bumped back to Skyrim in terms of personalizing our ships, and that's perhaps the biggest missed opportunity with this system. Ultimately, though, what diminishes the system the most is what happens once you get into the pilot seat. Space sucks, and so balancing the finer things like weapon loadouts, weight, and jump drive range is all completely kneecapped, reducing what could have been an absolutely stellar system down to just a way to make a nifty mobile base for storing gear and talking to companions. Ships do have one hugely positive influence on the game experience, though, and that's by way of acting as a major money sink for the economy. For the most part, Starfield's economy is pretty busted. It's that usual Bethesda issue of too much to sell and not enough things to buy. However, ships end up balancing things out a lot because ships can cost upwards of 100,000 credits, which is a significant sum for a decent part of the game. And because the limitations of ships encourages you to own specialized ships for different purposes, such as a combat ship and a cargo ship, building out a whole fleet can be a massive expense. There's also no way to build ships or acquire parts any other way except purchasing them with credits. This means you can't just go run some dungeons or craft these things. Methods of acquiring gear in previous Bethesda games that always disincentivized purchasing equipment at shops. It would have been neat if we had something similar for Outposts where we could just directly purchase everything, as opposed to either farming resources or going around to vendors and buying components we may or may not need.
Anniversary edition. Here
Stop. No, no, no. I want to hear Private Sessions on 76 again. It was good shit. He hated it, but I thought he did a good review, though. I gotta say. No co-op for old men.
Oh, that was perfect. An NPC came walking by just as I'm taking the picture. He's just like staring at me with my thumbs. I was standing in front of nuked out foundation. This is so dumb. Oh my god. Just everybody in their fucking hazmat suits here.
Boy, it's that easy.
Oh. God damn it, I can't move.
Esbern, I didn't know you were musically inclined. Is that what you did in the rat way? Just pass your time? Come on, Esbern, we don't have time for this.
Oh, my mistake. Of course.
That's just a
And
Delphine
you didn't
thing
get
to
your
say.
buff.
Delphine and Esbern, taking on Bethesda's wild vision of a post-apocalyptic West Virginia. When Patrician TV asked if I'd be interested in doing a co-op playthrough of Fallout 76, this premise was way too good to pass up on. So, over the course of 21 play sessions totaling over 150 hours, we endeavored to play through all the major content of the game from the original main quest all the way up to the most recent content update with the Pit Expeditions. What we found was a game that's struggling with an identity crisis. A live service game where its post-launch content continues a downward trend into painful mediocrity that even its die-hard fans can't be bothered with. A multiplayer game that barely encourages even playing on public servers, let alone teaming up with other players. A survival crafting game where the survival elements are trivialized after the first hour, and the only real barriers to consider with crafting are randomized schematics. A role-playing game with absolutely no permanence to player builds, and no need to serve specialized roles on a team because the game needs to be playable 100% solo. A base-building game with tons of items to fill those bases with, but they end up serving little purpose outside of being a convenience because, once again, the game doesn't want to force players to interact with the mechanic. And finally, a distinctly Bethesda game with tons of stories to tell, but the manner those stories are told in and the quality ranges from mildly interesting in premise to so bad
Mildly
the writing
interesting.
feels malicious and resentful towards the
Yeah.
players themselves.
Yep.
Some of these issues were made much worse by updates that walked back whatever vision existed with the original game, though I suspect all of these issues still existed in those earlier versions. Ultimately, this is a game that, already afraid of committing to a core design so as not to alienate parts of the existing Fallout fanbase, was watered down even more because the backlash to the original product was so visceral. Compromises on top of compromises in chasing as wide an audience as possible has led to Fallout 76 being one of the most baffling experiences I've ever had with a multiplayer game. This was made all the more dissonant by the current impressions people on the outside have of it. There's a certain narrative surrounding 76 these days. It's the idea that the game is now good. That because Bethesda listened and added things like human NPCs and skill checks, the game has been redeemed on the levels of No Man's Sky. After seeing most of what 76 has to offer in a mostly chronological order of the content releases, I cannot disagree more with these claims. It came to a point that they just turned into a running joke between me and Pat.
What an amazing
Yeah, the
game
combat in Fallout 4 was better than 76. When you
Guys,
modded it.
You don't understand. It's good now.
Like, I still think the SMG sped up in
greatest
76 is
heist
the
of all
best
time
gun ever
is not
made
the one that
in a
we're
video
doing,
game
it's the one
because it actually fires the rounds at the
And
speed
it
that a real
worked.
gun would.
The game is good now.
Like,
They
you empty a
fucking
mag
fixed
in
it.
1.7
Why
seconds or
would
something,
they?
and
They-
that's
they-
about
When did
right,
this
you know?
update come out?
They fixed the game.
Done. You know?
It's done.
In about 1.7
Wastelanders was a
seconds.
success.
It's not long to
If you're at all
empty in a
familiar with
mag.
Fallout 76, you're probably
And so the
aware
submachine
its
gun in
launch
Fallout
was
4 with the
nothing
right
short of a
mod
total
is
disaster.
fucking beautiful.
I'm
It's
not
the
gonna
only
dive into
good
that
video
because
game
it's
gun I've
old
ever
news,
used.
and Bethesda has
The
spent
76
4 years
like
meticulously addressing
one day I hope that, like, you know what I imagine they'll do? Ooh, what is that I'm seeing move? What is that? What is that thing over there? Is it a pig? Oh, it's a pig. Yeah, is that a pig? Yeah, it's a pig. It's a pig, not a, the Sinnoh was sold directly on market, so it's worth walking it over there because I'm done with this quest anyways.
most of the complaints people had with the game at launch. For better and for worse, 76 is a very different game from what it was when it initially released in late 2018. Our goal was not to open old issues or make fun of a Fallout game trying something new. We were both willing to meet the game on level ground and just evaluate if it's a good game now. I had my own motivation in that I was also looking for a new multiplayer game I could sink hours into during my off time. I really wanted 76 to hook me because, as far as I could tell, I should be in the crosshairs of this game's target demographic. I like Fallout games, you know, even 3 and 4, and I was down for a more casual online experience. I was coming around to what 76 had been selling, an online survival crafting game that encourages co-op play with a smaller group, linking up with other players to tackle social events, and maybe making my own fun in the downtime between events. Building camps and farming junk didn't sound like the most exciting aspects to me, but I was willing to give it a try, especially if the social experience with the rest of the game could manage to excite me. Turns out, me asking the multiplayer game to play like a, multiplayer game was a bit of a big ask of Bethesda. Even after a 30-minute demo at E3 2018 with the legend himself, people were thoroughly confused about what 76 was even meant to be. It wasn't until the beta was out that most people even caught on that this was going to be something breaking the mold for a Fallout game. When I originally saw the game, I actually thought this was going to be a AAA version of Rust, where players were primarily meant to be building and crafting, and the real compelling aspects of gameplay would be the
Not at
conflict
all.
that would arise between players, especially with the option of being able to drop nukes on each
Why
other.
would you think
What
that?
I expected was some sort of focus on
Fallout 4, but
PvP, where
online.
emergent storytelling was the creative engine driving the players' entertainment. not exactly the co-op Fallout 4 experience I assumed most players were referring to when they said they wanted a multiplayer Fallout, but I also don't have a company valued at $7.5 billion, so what do I know? No doubt, a major factor for why 76 was made to be a live service title came from ZeniMax lining up for a buyout, and it worked, kinda. Disastrous launch aside, it's been slowly drawing people in over the years, especially after the Wastelanders update kicked off its PR redemption arc. The game has a lot of paying monthly subscribers now, and looking at other players as pay-picky palaces, people aren't shy about interacting with the in-game shop. I really can't help but wonder what if with my original impressions of 76. I know this wasn't Rust 2.0 after seeing footage from the beta, so it wasn't like I was going into this project with impressions that were going to lead to disillusionment. I really had no expectations at all because I still wasn't sure what 76 was, even after playing it for 30 hours back in 2021. So the first step of our journey was just figuring out what 76 was, and as it turns out, that's a very difficult question to answer. I'd argue there's at least 3 games in 76 anyone playing long enough will have to interact with at various points during their adventure. Its early, mid, and end games are all so distinct with such clear dividing lines that that's how I'm going to be structuring this video. I know I just threw a ton of incendiary takes at you, but believe me when I say I wanted to like this game. I can see the appeal it has to its most committed fans. It's a rather unique looter shooter with some genuinely great flexibility for character builds. It's got a captivating map that can be very atmospheric at times, which makes exploring it enjoyable for its own sake. Some of the most fun I had that wasn't owed to me just playing with a friend was doing social
Good on him
events,
for
like
saying it.
global bosses,
But those are the nice
taking down
things that
waves
you
of
can
ghouls
say
and
about the
super mutants
game.
and
There's a
crazy events
lot
could
that
actually
you,
pose a
there's a
challenge.
lot of negative
I can
things.
see the appeal to players who just want to collect unique gear and have a social at a distance experience you might get from, say, going to a concert by yourself. None of that were really things I was interested in, though. The realization of that, and coming to discover what 76 was truly about, still led to one of the most memorable and funny experiences I've ever had in a multiplayer game. Patrician is doing his own video where he focuses on the quests, storytelling, and narratives because that's what caught his attention the most. I, on the other hand, pretty much checked out of the story immediately and really started caring about the events of our own adventures and our progression into true battle-hardened Fallout 76 players. So I'm going to be focusing on the nitty-gritty technical topics. Loot, servers, mechanics, metas, leveling, events, grinds, and just what it's like trying to play this game like it's an MMO. If you were hoping to get a 6-hour Fallout 76 video, then you're actually in luck.
It
If
is
you
an
want the game
MMO.
covered in as close to full detail as we could manage, you should watch both of our videos. And with all that said, I think it's time to begin. Before we could begin, though, I had to get the game running well, and it turns out that's easier said than done. To the game's credit, it did launch on my PC right out of the gate. That's more than I can say about Fallout 3, but the frame rate was hovering around 50 at the best of times and
50.
would dip into the 30s in more complex scenes. All jokes
I can
aside,
get
I knew the
120.
creation engine was better optimized than this, and also I'd been playing Fallout 4 earlier that night, and that game was also performing the same. I'd played both of those games a year prior on the same PC and had no issues like this, so I guess newer graphics drivers were screwing with something. I never really figured out the root cause, I just found a way to
kidding.
fix the symptoms and moved on with my life. After some searching, I came across people reporting similar issues, and the solution was disabling VSync. I usually prefer leaving VSync on because I don't like having my graphics card working at 100% all the time, but whatever. I'll just go into the game's settings and, oh, there's no VSync option. Well, that's alright I guess. I'm definitely no stranger to editing INI files, especially for a Bethesda game. Seems weird I have to do that for a multiplayer game that's still being actively supported by a dedicated team, and this is a known issue with a simple fix, but okay. So I disabled it, got in the game, and sweet. Problem solved. I even went into Fallout 4 and did the same thing and got that game running much better too. But 76 was still chugging a bit with some pretty hard frame rate drops, so back to Google and people were suggesting tweaking certain graphics options like God rays. I remember that being an issue with Fallout 4, and this introduces a recurring theme with 76. If it was a problem in 4 that was never fixed, yeah, you can bet 76 never fixed it either. So, okay, disable God rays. Got it. Just gonna go into the settings and yeah, it's not there. Back to Google, and it turns out the preset graphics options also change settings that aren't listed, like God rays. You could go into the INI again and manually edit all sorts of settings that are hidden in the game's UI, or you can just bump the preset down to medium or low and then go through all the other settings and tweak them back up to whatever you like. So I set the game to medium and then cranked all the other settings.
Now this
up
one
and
I
it
got
worked.
rep
A higher and more
for.
stable frame
Oh
rate
no,
updates
no,
with
not
some
this one. No.
volumetric lighting. I also kept render distances down to medium because those are known to be high
tribe
impact
rat.
settings too.
Okay.
There was still some really annoying micro stuttering, but that had an easy fix that came a few weeks later. upgrading to an RTX
Let's do
4080.
that.
So on a PC with a Ryzen 9 3900X, an RTX 4080, 32 gigs of RAM, and installing the game on a PCIe 4.0 NVMe SSD, I can manage about 100 FPS on average and load times around 20 to 30 seconds. Those can be improved modest amounts by playing on a private server. To put things into perspective, this game runs about as well as Red Dead Redemption 2 does, at max settings. So yeah, Fallout 76 is a really poorly optimized game on PC. I don't really know how well it plays on consoles, but I've heard the load times can be pretty brutal. Aside from the micro stuttering and less than ideal performance that I had to endure for most of my time with 76, there was also the fact that without VSync, my system was always cranking. I don't really care to have 3000 FPS in menus, but I couldn't limit the frame rate in my graphics card control panel because that would induce insane amounts of screen tearing. So I just had to endure my room turning into an oven whenever I played 76. Those issues aside, the game also just felt very cumbersome because my inputs almost always had a slight delay to them. Playing on private servers once again mitigated this issue, but on public servers, doing things like looting, interacting with vendors, talking to NPCs, inventory management, just moving and shooting, all of these were at the mercy of the server's temperament. More than once, Patricia and I server hopped or just went into our own private server just so that we could have a somewhat okay experience. The input lag was still there, it's just not as bad. After a point, we just loaded up private servers by default because functional hit registration was much more important than seeing the occasional rando acting as set dressing to remind us that this was meant to be a large-scale multiplayer game. Then there was a bug that started dogging me when we got into the DLC, reaching its peak during the Brotherhood of Steel expansions. One of my directional inputs just doesn't work. Why is this how is this a bug? Like, I'm holding backwards right now. It took a good 5 seconds for my character to start walking backwards.
Oh, you know.
What is this? What is this? I think
There's a lot of things going on in the server right now, okay?
But it only affects first person. If I go third person, I can move around freely. So I had a section written up about this bug, but I decided to do some more investigating, and in the process I even solved my uncapped frame rate issue. So first, this input lag bug is caused by having too high of a frame rate. The reason I was getting it in interiors like the farmhouse was because my frame rate was shooting up into the 300 range. My guess for why DLC interiors were worse than vanilla ones is that the environmental artists just got better at making more optimized interiors that ran better. So there's one compliment I can mine out of this saga. But this presented a new issue. If my uncapped frame rate was leading to this bug, which did affect interiors with combat, so yeah, pretty big issue, how can I cap my frame rate? Turns out, Fallout 76 had G-Sync disabled from an update, and Bethesda never bothered to fix that. If you're unaware, G-Sync is kind of an alternative to V-Sync, but you need a graphics card and a monitor that supports it. Fortunately, I have both, so that meant I was probably in luck. First, I had to verify that G-Sync wasn't enabled. It wasn't. Then I had to go download a third-party utility to re-enable it and NVIDIA's V-Sync. With that, I finally had a capped frame rate and that input lag bug was put to rest. Shame I only figured that out after I stopped playing, but at least I can sleep again. I'll link the Reddit post that walked me through the process down below just in case some of you are having similar issues. It almost feels petty complaining about these performance issues when
Yeah, like, is there something I can do with that? Like the Reddit, you didn't link it though, I don't think.
looking at what players were dealing with when the game launched. I'm sure many of those players would have loved to swap places with me in 2022. The problem is that the game still feels like it's, at best, a beta, and at worst, a fan-made mod for Fallout 4. I cannot go through every bug I experienced. I cannot even go through every bug that caused me to voluntarily or involuntarily quit a server or the game. We'd unironically be here another hour. So I'll be sprinkling in the juiciest ones as we go along. Some of them were just puzzling. 76 is really janky, quite unstable, and just a generally unpleasant experience when it comes to polish. You either get used to the jank and the madness, or you quit the game entirely. There's no fan-made patches since it's an online game, so even the tired adage of modders will fix it doesn't work in this case. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm happy to see Bethesda in a position where they are being forced to actually address bugs in this game, but considering there are some famous bugs that are still in the game since its launch, I have my doubts that this game will ever feel polished enough to even compare to the likes of Skyrim.
Oh, what happened to my camera?
Whoa, what the fuck? What happened to you? What?
What do you see?
You look like a weird Slenderman monster now.
Wait, that glitch is still in the fucking game?
This is a thing?
That glitch was in fucking Joseph Anderson's video.
Yeah, what the Oh, that's horrifying.
What's horrifying about this? Let's get a picture. Let's get a picture together.
I got the pictures. Oh my god, you look like a like something out of a Lady Gaga music video.
What? Is there something?
Running animation.
Is there something wrong with this?
Yes. No, don't get in.
It's yours now.
Yeah. Wait, actually. Hello? Hello? I live in this now. I've become one.
We don't have time for this.
I've become one with the environmental art. Don't worry, it'll catch up eventually.
Esbern, you have the mainframe cores in your inventory.
Eventually. Oh yeah, the best part is like my entire thing's locked up. Okay, this one's lasting a while. Okay, I can bring up the
I think it's because you're in that corner.
Oh wait.
I see your character moving now. That wasn't happening before.
I heard the sound. Oh wait. Oh, where'd it go? What?
Crouched.
Yeah, I accidentally alt-tabbed. My interface is gone. Am I still in the suit?
Yeah.
Not on my screen.
Try getting in yours.
It won't let me.
Because you're in the suit. I like that there's a power armor set in the corner that is a total trap.
Will my interface be back? God damn. No, my interface is still missing.
Listen, you've just unlocked photo mode, okay?
I can't even open...
I want to trace what he talked about for unlinking 76's G-Sync. I should put my weapon away. I'm probably scaring people. Oh yeah, so I guess I have to go get my coffer key, which is in storage. I'll dump anything I have here. Yep. There you go. Coffer key. Where are you? Coffer key. Nest coffer key. Here we go. And now I have my nest coffer key, and I will make my way to the crawler's nest, and right now I wish to look for what am I looking for? I'm looking for oh yeah, Fallout 76. Let's see, Force G-Sync, I guess, or whatever. Right. Oh no, I guess I'm not had complaints with this. Yeah.
The main menu, like the escape menu. Literally, the only thing it lets me open up is the friends list.
The map. Oh.
Funny thing is that a few
I like
weeks
the
later,
music
I saw
they're
someone
listening
complaining about
to.
the same exact set of power armor.
I wish
the
I knew
missile
what he
silo
was
events
listening
in
to.
general are plagued with some serious next-level server-dependent jank. So I guess
No,
now's a good
that's
time to talk about the
76.
servers in 76.
That was the
Public
76
servers have a
music.
max capacity of 24 players, but there's 8 extra slots reserved for
Oh yeah, I'm
friends
going
of people on the
to
server.
Crawler's
This is
Nest
to
now. I got my
hopefully
copper
allow for a
key. Yes, I
seamless
did.
drop-in experience for people trying to team up with their friends. Speaking from experience, you can still get a server is full message when joining a friend and will have to wait in queue. Most of the time though, server population won't be an issue because most servers are rarely even at half their capacity. This is a game that has no qualms with server hopping and arguably even encourages it if you're doing things like farming materials and enemies. I still have no solid evidence for how things like loot syncs with the player in the servers. What I got are best guesses based on experimentation. Considering most people still don't know how player slots work on servers, I naturally haven't been able to find any reliable info online. Best I can tell, loot in the world is generated when someone moves through a cell. If that player looted that cell on another server earlier that day, no loot will be spawned. If you haven't looted the cell, the loot will spawn. This means even if you looted a location, you can server hop until you find a server where the loot is back because someone ran by and generated the items. Just remember, this will only apply to the overworld. Interior locations are instanced to whoever's the party leader. So if you cleared out Fort Defiance for all its military ammo bags, you'll have to wait 24 hours before you can run through it again. I mean, I think it's 24 hours? We'll get back to that. This is only relevant for loot that spawns in the world, though. Containers are a completely different story. Container loot, and loot that spawns on bodies, is generated for each player when they open the container. This can be seen on slower servers where you'll look in a container and it will briefly be empty before it spawns its contents, or if you have a perk that increases the loot inside specific containers. This means you won't be fighting for loot if you're playing with friends, which was actually a post-launch change. This does not apply to the junk items spawning in the world though, so someone's going to be getting screwed out of those military ammo bags. But at least you won't be fighting over all those 3-star legendary weapons during public events. There's also plants and ore veins, but those are instanced, so everyone can harvest them. It just means you cannot server hop to loot them more than once a day. So, world loot, containers, and resource nodes. All of them are dictated by different rules, and if you want to be looting efficiently, you really should get acquainted with how they all work. Are you confused yet? Good, you should be, because now we gotta talk about private servers. If you subscribe to Fallout First for $12.99 a month, you get access to private servers. It's exactly what you'd expect. A dedicated server for you and up to 8 of your friends to play on. These can be hopped as well if everyone leaves the server, a useful feature if you're farming enemies and want to keep respawning them in a certain location. I used this to get a bunch of handmade rifles one night so that I could break them down and get their upgrade schematics. I don't know for sure how long it takes for enemies to naturally respawn on a server, but my gut says 24 hours. Don't get any funny ideas about server hopping private worlds to respawn world loot though, because like I said earlier, loot gen is tied to individual players loading the world cells, irrespective of it being private or public. As I also mentioned earlier, private servers come with the added benefit of being much more stable. Hit registration is better, input lag is reduced, FPS is smoother, enemy AI seems more intelligent, and you'll just get far fewer instances of the server booting you to the main menu, though it still happens. But there's some other screwy things public servers do that you won't see private ones doing as often or at all. Mostly it comes down to the way servers have to balance their load. There seems to be a lot of levers servers are able to pull in the background to keep the servers from blowing up when there's 24 plus 8 players running around spawning tons of enemies and items all over the map. You can see the levers in action in public events like Radiation Rumble, where the game wants to spawn a ton of enemies. If the server population is really low, the server will have more headroom to spawn more enemies because there's fewer people on the map loading cells. You can also see the game spawning lots of enemies if the server population is high, but most of the players are at the event. Because the server is able to deload unpopulated cells, it can crank the spawn rate. It's where you get a high server population but low player attendance situation that things get interesting. And by interesting, I mean really boring because the server can't spawn much. You're unlikely to see this in an event like Radiation Rumble because everyone and their mother rushes to do this event for its insane payout. But if you're doing something like a missile silo with your buddy, oh yeah, you're gonna see the server throttling your event. This also means you will almost never see multiple events going on simultaneously unless one has been triggered by a player. The servers, they really can't handle too much going on at once. I just want to point out how funny it is that the consideration for spawning at events has little to do with actually balancing the events and making it fun for players, but instead it's just a way to ease server load. Anyways, let's circle back to me and Pat running missile silos. The first time we did a silo, we did it on a private server, and the game held nothing back as it sent endless waves of assaultrons and gutsies as half a dozen turrets fired on us at any given time. In fact, the game was spawning so many turrets that Pat crashed the server hacking a terminal that was linked to something like 14 turrets. Twice. But when we were doing those silos a couple nights later on a public server, yeah, not nearly as thrilling. One server didn't spawn any turrets in the final room, and most of our time was spent just waiting for the progress bar to fill because the game was spawning a handful of enemies every minute. If you want to cruise through these silos, or any event that relies on spawning lots of enemies, then yeah, your best bet is to jump into a busy lobby. If you want to actually have a fun and challenging experience like we were, then you're gonna have to find a dead lobby or pay up for a private server. There's no server browser or even any way of telling the game you want to join a quiet or a busy server. There's no way of even really knowing how full a server is. There's no menu that lists every player currently in a server, and not every player is going to be displayed on the map. There's a recent players tab in the social menu, but that's just any player you've come in contact with, regardless of whether they're still on the server or not. The best advice I can give is checking to see how many nukes have been dropped on the map. If you see 3 nuked zones, the server is likely dead. You can also check to see how many public teams exist and how full they are. That can sometimes be a good indicator too. You can also end up on a server with a bunch of low-level players who won't be doing the events you want to do, so they'll just be throttling your events. Or you can end up on a server with a bunch of high-level players killing tons of enemies and lagging the server to hell. If there was ever a game I've played that could use a dedicated server filtering system, 76 is it. The matchmaking system at least seems to prioritize servers that will let your camp be spawned where you last placed it, but that goes out the window if you're joining a server your friend is on. Speaking of friends, it's time Pat and I finally met up. But just one more topic. Fallout 76 starts with the time-honored tradition of a Fallout game starting in a vault. Well, except for that one that started with the player getting shot in the head out in the desert. The game's even got one of those iconic opening video sequences with some in-game cutscenes. They really wanted to sell the idea as early as possible that this was still a Fallout game despite it being completely online. It's all to set up the premise of the game. Every player is a vault dweller from the titular Vault 76. The vault was designed to house the best and brightest America had to offer at the time. 25 years later, on October 23rd, 2102, dubbed Reclamation Day, the vault would open and everyone inside would be free to rebuild Appalachia. In essence, this is the first vault we've seen in a Bethesda Fallout game actually serving its advertised purpose. Bethesda really latched on to the concept that some of these vaults were actually social experiments being run by Vault-Tec. Bethesda has enjoyed using this premise to turn them into themed dungeons that often explore the wackier side of the setting, resulting in almost every one of them utterly failing after a point. Whether you love them or hate them, there's no denying the proportion of experimental vaults to legitimate vaults like 76 really calls into question how Vault-Tec is presented in Bethesda titles. And with how the main story of Fallout 76 goes, Vault 76 could also be seen as yet another experimental vault. Vault 76 is really just meant to explain how you have so many protagonist players running around West Virginia doing things the previous inhabitants couldn't. The problems begin once you start to actually think about what's being presented here, though. If you look at your Pip-Boy, you'll see time progresses. In fact, if you start the game right now, 2 years have progressed since Reclamation Day. The start date of the game jumped ahead 1 year after the Wastelanders update, and another year passed with the start of the Steel Rain update. This is meant to help explain why West Virginia suddenly has settlers again, why the Brotherhood of Steel are back, and why some players are quad-digit level demigods with mansions overlooking the Overseer's house. Okay, so how does the game rationalize the idea that not all people playing 76 have been there since the game launched, and are therefore showing up 2 years late to Reclamation Day? Simple. They just say the player overslept. Don't you just hate sleeping through 2 years of alarm clocks because you partied so hard? Well, that's the implication they went with the moment you finish character creation and hear the Overseer's automated message over the PA. You could write the headcanon that your character just didn't want to leave the vault and decide to stay down there listening to the Overseer's message on repeat for 2 years, but I don't think that really tracks. Especially since originally the vault was designed to shut itself down 48 hours after Reclamation Day. I don't know, maybe they just heard how awful it is out there with the Scorched Plague, raiders, rampant robots, super mutants, and other 76 dwellers dropping nukes constantly. But if that's the case, why didn't anyone else return to the vault? We can open the door so it's not like a handful of people staying in the vault could maintain the place and just act as doormen. I really liked Pat's suggestion that Vault 76 ought to have been a hub area for the players, and that we were expected to return to it from time to time. I mean, we can return to its front door, fast traveling to it's even free, but once we leave, it's sealed forever. Instead, we get the developers coming up with some silly hand wave to explain why they're sealing off a section of the map that doesn't need to be sealed off. I just find it odd that nobody thought this introduction would make no sense in a few years after the game launched, especially if they start pushing the calendar ahead a couple years. You'd think keeping the introduction sensible would be a priority for a game that is meant to be in service for, you know, a few years. It's entirely possible they had different ideas for post-launch content that this intro would be congruent with, but when people reacted so poorly to the original vision of the game, they had to abandon those ideas and make do with what they got. So they wrote a quippy little hand wave and called it a day. It's stupid and a little bit condescending, but this won't be the last time something in the game feels like it was written maliciously to subtly dig at the players who hated the original game. I don't really know how this introduction could be saved in a post-Wastelanders Fallout 76. Frankly, I think making it so that new players are just people wandering back into West Virginia would work a lot better. Honestly, the game doesn't even do anything with the players being from 76 anyways, even in the main story. Even our Pip-Boys barely have a role to play to explain why we can do things the former inhabitants couldn't. So what's the harm in saying the vault really did seal on Reclamation Day? If we really want to keep these 76 in Fallout 76, just say the players are LARPing as 76 dwellers by finding a suit and a Pip-Boy. We got an entire faction of people LARPing as first responders, so what's the harm in making the players do it too? Maybe the Overseer might be peeved that none of her vault dwellers picked up the main quest, but she's not exactly the type of person to be turning down free help. Okay, so now let's talk about the Overseer. In Vault 76, we are directed into the Overseer's office and told to pull a tape out of her computer. In it, she explains she's leaving the vault the day before Reclamation Day. So nobody in 2 years thought to investigate why their leader mysteriously vanished the night before, and she explains her mission given to her by Vault-Tec. She was tasked with going out and securing the 3 automated nuclear missile silos in Appalachia in the name of Vault-Tec. She assumes because we had the gumption to break into her office and pilfer her personal computer, we must be trustworthy enough to be told about this mission. She says she's also going to be scouting ahead and leaving behind whatever info and supply she can, and that we should be on the lookout for that too. I actually like this premise. In fact, I think it's one of the strongest elements 76's story has going for it. It's very open-ended and lends itself towards what would naturally be a strong suit for Bethesda, getting players to explore the world, and that's exactly what Pat and I did once we teamed up outside the vault. There were still quest markers to lead us to the next stages of the main quest, but there wasn't a huge degree of urgency to it after the first couple of Overseer tapes. So free of Vault 76's magical teleportation and time dilation devices, Delphine and Esbern were finally able to meet up in Appalachia. Delphine? Is that you? Oh my god, what the f***? When your character blinks, her eyelids are just bright red.
Yeah, she's got eyeshadow in Skyrim.
That's the eyeshadow. It makes dude, she looks like a f***ing android malfunctioning when she blinks. Holy shit.
I foresaw this.
After running around the woods for 40 minutes, finding our bearings, and getting dressed up, we finally got on board with the game's opening tutorial section. The first leg was sending us over to the Wayward to find out how to build camps. The thing to note is that the game already had a tutorial section in Vault 76, which I found funny because why would our characters need these cardboard pop-up displays to explain things they should already be experts on after spending 25 plus 2 years in Vault 76 preparing for this day? Alright, I swear that's the last time I'm going to bring up the intro. The Wayward was an addition by the Wastelanders DLC update, and is the first major example of the DLC trying to jump in the way of the main story. A lot of post-launch content is very dismissive of the original main story, and tries its best to either retcon it, or at least distract the player from looking at it. So, the holotape that was meant to be in the Overseer's cache across the street from the bar was moved into the inventory of one of the characters in the Wayward. This forces the player to interact with an altercation there that shoves a couple of entries related to its quest into the player's journal. These end up acting as constant reminders of what the player skipped out on just in case they did the unthinkable of sticking to the main quest. But we screwed around with this diversion for a bit before deciding to just head back to the Overseer's camp tutorial. We wouldn't return to the Wayward for another 11 nights, just to give some idea as to how much content the devs are trying to head off here. After a very brief camp tutorial, it was over to the town of Flatwoods down the road to finish out the remainder of the tutorials. It was here we got our first brush with the Responders. This was a faction of first responders who, after the bombs fell, started acting as a charitable organization aiding survivors around Charleston and Morgantown. Fortunately for players pre-Wastelanders, the responders were big into utilizing the robots and computers that were left all over West Virginia to carry out things like recruitment, resupply operations, and combat with regional threats. Wastelanders added the LARPers I mentioned earlier, who started using these automated systems to join up and rebuild the faction. It's kinda weird running around doing their training programs and hearing about their noble but ultimately doomed quest to stop the Scorched Plague, only to see that, yeah, they're back now. Even if you avoid the main story, the new respawners are pretty hard to miss. They have members all over the map, posters in resupply areas they set up at train stations and gas stations all over the region, and they even have a constant radio transmission inviting people to the new headquarters of the White Springs Resort. We're gonna put most of that stuff on the shelf until pretty much the end of the game because that's all stuff related to the pit expeditions. But we will be doing their automated survival tutorials. These had us signing up as volunteer responders, which came with some perks like somehow getting free supplies from their kiosks and, more importantly, getting player and scoreboard XP. So let's talk about mechanics. If you played Fallout 4, you're already about 60% of the way to understanding 76. It's no surprise that the game that was built off of a modified version of Fallout 4 would play a lot like it. There's been quite a bit of tweaks made to the systems, but for the most part, the basics of combat are pretty much the same. I'd say that's a good thing because, as a whole, I thought Fallout 4 was a competent shooter. That was perhaps to its own detriment because if you were even remotely good at shooters, Fallout 4 was a very easy game, but it still had pretty solid gunplay. Because the experience in 76 is entirely dependent upon whether the server is having a bad day or not, the game ends up feeling like a downgraded Fallout 4 experience in the game feel department. Even at the best of times, this feels like an MMO version of 4, which is funny because the combat is supposed to be real-time. Even VATS is now real-time. Speaking of, I'm the type of Fallout player who just completely ignores VATS, even in Fallout 3, but especially in Fallout 4. I remember at one point I didn't even have VATS bound to any key because I just never used it and didn't want to accidentally hit it. Come 76, and I tried to play it like Fallout 4 with middling success. Bad controls, enemy movement, and hit registration made adapting to Fallout 76's shooting more challenging than it needed to be. That really should have been my excuse to get on the VATS program early, but I'm stubborn like that sometimes. I would only use VATS to hunt down targets and drop enemies swarming me because with VATS now being real time, it's no joke, just an aimbot now. Because stopping and slowing down time is obviously out of the question, VATS needed to change. So the solution they came up with was making VATS only require the player to hold down the trigger and
No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
I actually really like this implementation of VATS because
I'll just
I
run
always
from them,
hated
it's
how
fine.
in previous games VATS slowed down the pace of combat. VATS is not only quicker, it also requires more skill than just timing it correctly and picking the target. It's an aimbot, but at a price. The price wasn't just having to get good at using it, but
please
also
let me get away.
perks.
Please let me get away.
Lots
Please let me
and
get away.
Lots of perks.
Please
Here's
let me
probably
get
the
away.
biggest
Please,
and
please.
best change Fallout 76 made to Fallout 4's system.
Please.
The old leveling system with the stupid perk chart has been completely replaced, and in its stead we got perk cards. The basis of this system is the typical special attribute system that's been in every
Pop
Fallout
aggro
game.
drives me
It's
fucking
still
crazy.
here, but what's changed is that the player starts at ones across
Are they
the
still
board
after
for
me?
all
Are they
their special
going?
stats.
No,
the first 49
we're
level
okay,
ups
we're okay.
awards a single attribute point. The player gets to invest into one of these 7 special stats. My only problem with this system
Well, I
is the
lived.
silliness that the game is saying our characters are the weakest,
There's some
poor-sighted,
rush shit.
thin-skinned, unlikable, dumbest, slowest, and unluckiest person around, despite apparently being one of pre-war America's best and brightest. Other than that, it's a unique spin on the old formula, and definitely much better than just giving us a bunch of points to blindly spend when we can't even see the perk tree until after the game's tutorial. Each level up in a stat allows the player to equip another perk card in its slot. There's a few cards that break the rule, but usually 1 point allows for 1 card related to the stat. On top of picking a stat to invest in, each level increase allows you to select a perk card to unlock. For the first 49 level ups, you'll be limited to only cards related to the stat you increased. But after you stop getting points to put into your stats, you're free to just unlock any card in your deck. Level 50 is a magic number in 76's progression, and is where I'd say the early game ends and the mid game begins. Hence why I said the dividing line between these 2 stages of the game has a very defined point. All the considerations for how you want to be leveling changes, but don't let that fool you into thinking your choices earlier mattered all that much, because it turns out they really don't. At any point in time, you're able to swap equipped perk cards, and at level 25, you unlock the punch card machine, which lets you reallocate your special points for free. So you can completely change your character's build any way you want, whenever you want. The only restraint becomes the cards you have unlocked, and at level 50, you'll have access to the entire deck, meaning any build is only a few level ups out of reach. When Pat and I realized that character builds had virtually no permanence, we just gave up on our original plan of specializing our crafting roles because it was completely pointless. Why bother only leveling perks for crafting armor when you can swap to a weapon crafting perk? Why only get charisma cards for team play when you can swap to mercantile cards before talking to a vendor? The punch card machine also has build loadout slots, so we ended up making a combat version of home build, and we just swap between the two whether we were out in the field or back at camp. A lot of these convenience features were added post-launch, and honestly, I appreciate they exist because the alternative would have been making multiple characters, and with how RNG factors so heavily into player progression, building new characters to have a diverse set of skills would be painfully tedious. As well, multiplayer doesn't encourage a division of labor or specialized combat roles because the game is just too easy. A very common example of how easy the game is was whenever something like this would happen.
Oh, I'm probably in my home build. Fuck's sake.
Oh shit, did I leave my home build on too? Yep. On my home build.
Shit, did I miss something here?
I was doing that.
Did you do the...
Yes.
Wow.
It was very hard to discern when we didn't have our combat perks equipped because the difficulty of Fallout 76 feels like it's put to Fallout 4's easy setting. Even by the end, when I needed a full set of agility and luck cards to pull off ridiculous strings of critical hits and VATs, I still wasn't always catching on that I was in my home build because the difference was maybe 5 more seconds to kill an enemy. This is not a game with a very low time to kill. In fact, I'd say most enemies in the game land in the bullet sponge side of things, especially enemies like super mutants. So a difference of 5 seconds isn't going to be noticeably felt in moment-to-moment combat. Half the time I was catching myself in the wrong build was when I noticed I was having to heal more often, as in at all, because I was missing my armor and health perks. Even if you're playing a low health and armor build, healing in 76 isn't really a big deal. The game makes sure to keep you stocked up on things like Stimpaks, Radaway, and Radex to the point that you're almost certainly going to be running in a surplus. Something you might see as a new player is a high-level player coming over to you and dumping a mountain of chems at your feet. Sure, it's a nice gesture. I always reserved my extra chems to sell to NPC vendors for caps, but just know that player likely accumulated their bounty of chems over the course of maybe 2 hours, just knocking out their daily obligations. The survival mechanics in this game are also virtually non-existent. Originally, they were much more punishing. Things like not eating or drinking would lead to stat debuffs until the player hit starvation status, and then their health would start dropping. This was entirely reversed in 2020, where now being well fed, hydrated, and rested gives stat buffs. These are pretty significant bonuses too, and some endurance perks enhance these effects even more. Different food and drink items offer all sorts of bonuses as well, encouraging players to consider what they are preparing when interacting with the surprisingly robust cooking system. I like this change because 76 already had a bunch of things you have to babysit. Super punishing survival mechanics aren't really going to jive well here. The problem, once again, is that the game is just too easy. Aside from bonuses to things like action points, carry weight, and player XP gain, there's not much to consider here. Using chems and sprinting around a lot will make the player thirsty, but it's still not much of a consideration. This is because it's absolutely trivial amassing a trove of food and drink. I really wish I didn't need to point out that in a post-apocalyptic setting, an abundance of food and drinkable water is a bit absurd. It's trivialized even more if you just build a modest farm in your camp, which is exactly what I did. I would go to the nearby river to harvest a full inventory of dirty water in a few seconds and then boil it all to make it usable. Then I'd mix in some blackberries I was growing on my farm, and I never had to consider thirst again, even though a part of my build was taking tons of chems.
That's what you would have to do
reduce the impact
in the
chems
real
have on
world.
Thirst, or just slow down the decay of
If you
those
never want to
needs,
worry
but
about
I
thirst
can't
again,
imagine
you better have
anyone
water
equipping them if they
filtration
have
going and
anything else better to put in
a
those
garden
endurance
and all this
skills.
stuff.
Bethesda tried to
Food and
balance out
water.
the food supply by making any player-crafted food and drink rot after a point, but you can grow food so quickly that you can easily outpace this decay rate. As well, just doing certain public events will load you up with tons of raw meat that would last you perhaps a whole week of play sessions if it didn't rot over time. There's also a
I don't think I
disease
can
and
handle
mutation
two of these.
system.
These things
While
hurt
diseases
so
are
bad.
surprisingly quite benign, mutations are actually a bit of a clever idea. Diseases can be acquired from eating or drinking tainted items, sleeping in a sketchy location, or being attacked by a diseased creature. There's even a disease resistance stat that can be affected by hunger and chems. Ultimately, they aren't really that scary because their effects are pretty minimal and can be cured with some common disease cure items that can wait out for 15 minutes. Mutations are more interesting. They come with a bonus as well as a downside, like the Eagle Eyes mutation, which gives a bump to perception and critical damage at the cost of some strength. You have a chance of developing a random mutation if you're exposed to a decent amount of radiation, and taking Radaway has a chance to remove it. There's perks to reduce the negatives of mutations and perks to reduce the chance of losing them when taking Radaway. The game even has serums you can acquire if there's a specific mutation you want. It's a neat idea calling back to the traits in previous Fallout games, and a lot of them are actually quite powerful. Some experienced players will sometimes even do entire character builds that are built around mutation. There's quite a bit more to the mechanics side of 76, but we really should make some quest progress here. Conventional wisdom for a story in a game like this these days is to structure the beginning parts of the story and slowly open things up so the player feels prepared to go out on their own. Fallout 76 ends up not abiding by that formula, and it's no doubt for the better. It actually does the inverse, where the latter parts of the story and its quests become way more structured, only dropping things back to something more freeform in the last chapter of the story. It's no coincidence then that the beginning and end of the main story were our favorite parts. But because the opening chapter of the story was so laissez-faire, it took us the longest to complete at close to 6 days. No, there isn't that much content to the first chapter
I love
of the
this
story.
game.
Isn't even that much content to the main quest to drag it out for so long. We just naturally got sidetracked doing things that we wanted to do, like fully exploring the parts of the map the first chapter took place in. What's neat about the main story after Flatwoods is that it takes the player along a well-designed stretch of highway all the way up to Morgantown that honestly reminded me of the stretch of highway between Goodsprings and Nipton in Fallout New Vegas. Flatwoods was obviously Goodsprings with its tutorials and starting amenities, and 76's Nipton ends up being Morgantown, where the player is really put face-to-face with the full extent of the Scourge Plague, similar to how Nipton was used to introduce Caesar's Legion. So Pat and I were on our way to 76's Prim and Mojave Outpost, which turned out to be Sutton and Helvetia. These places don't have a lot going on quest-wise though, because future updates never bother to come in and expand these places with anything. The only NPCs Pat and I came across were generated by random events. Yes, just like the ones from Skyrim, though somehow even more annoying here. And looking back, I'm actually kind of grateful this part of the map has been forgotten because it means it's free to be as true to the original 76 experience as anything in this game can really be in late 2022. While it would have been nice to get something on the level of Prim, 76 was doing something different here and surprisingly was actually working. We were still following the Overseer's breadcrumb trail of holotapes she was recording as she was getting her bearings in the region. It's a unique storytelling method the writers actually utilized well here. They managed to create a connection between the player and the Overseer through shared experiences, while she shares her origin story in appropriately measured doses. I could see some players rolling their eyes, wondering why they gotta listen to this woman's life story as they visit her childhood home, her high school, and the university where she became Overseer certified, but I enjoyed it. There's a certain haunting tension to this as we're listening to a woman who is essentially just talking to herself, hoping one day someone would stumble upon these recordings and find them useful. With everything we've been seeing up until this point, we can't help but wonder if she's even still alive out there. Or at least, that's how it used to play out. This is all deflated now thanks to the Wastelanders DLC. The Overseer never existed in the game until that DLC, so players would never get confirmation if the Overseer was still alive or not. Now we can just go to
I'm at 12 hours,
outside
goddamn.
of Sutton before
Time
finding
goes
more than
flying
3 of her
by.
holotapes. If we enter the place, we'll just find her chilling on her couch watching films on her
I believe
projector. If you try talking to her,
no,
odds
I
are
think I
she's
probably
just
will
gonna
go
brush
for
you
2
off.
more hours.
This is because you gotta be level 20 in order to kick off the Wastelanders quest line.
Oh, it should be fine. We've seen her alive.
Yeah.
Was she always? Did you always meet her?
No.
Okay, so that also fits with the story because it's like, oh, are we supposed to be speculating that maybe she's gonna die? Because that's kind of hard to do when we've met her.
Even if you manage to somehow miss the giant pristine house overlooking a major player resupply station in the area, just running into all the useless human NPCs in the region completely snuffs out the haunting atmosphere the quest and the Overseer's holotapes creates. Once again, I would have been fine losing this unique storytelling method if the added NPCs were being used to create things on the level of Prim and Novak, but they weren't. At best, you can pass arbitrary skill checks and get the random event NPCs to keep you company at your camp, but most of the people just wander around spouting off watered-down lore or generic lines about how hard it is being a settler or a capital R raider. Now don't let all the positive things I've said about this stretch fool you into thinking we were having a blast at this stage of the game. There was only so long we were able to appreciate a fleeting emotion the game kept trying to sabotage. After a point, we just fell back into the fairly mind-numbing repetition of shooting and looting everything we came in contact with. Playing co-op is honestly a bit of a double-edged sword. When combat and looting are two of the only things you're really going to be engaged with when doing open-world PvE content, having multiple people only makes it go faster, not better. Sure, we were having fun cracking jokes and settling into our roles as Delphine and Esbern, but the gameplay experience was already falling apart just coming in contact with two protagonist players, even at level 5. The game is completely incapable of scaling areas and encounters to match the advantage multiple players can have. So it wound up playing out that Pat would clear out enemies in an area and I'd go loot goblin mode and start 5-finger discounting anything of value. I really can't imagine what a full 4-player team could do to most areas and dungeons, but I'm picturing something resembling a biblical swarm of locusts right now. Morgantown is the first major city most players are likely to run into if they're following the main quest. It's a neat location with plenty to explore and dungeons to clear. If I was playing 76 like I'd play previous Fallout games, I probably would have spent about 10 hours just combing through the place. And this isn't even the largest city on the map. It has a lot of the verticality Bethesda introduced with downtown Boston in Fallout 4, but more sanely implemented and much better performance-wise. In fact, I liked Morgantown so much it ended up becoming my hometown a couple nights later when I finally set up my camp outside of its airport. Once again, it's a part of the map seemingly forgotten by post-launch content, and you're rarely going to see other players running through the place, so it felt like I had an entire city to myself. We ended up spending quite a while in Morgantown. First, just exploring its streets, then hitting up the university
Why
and
will
its
you
high
not let
school
me
because
have
the
what I need?
overseer's log sent us to those places. And then to the airport where the responders had set up their HQ.
Oh god, what happened?
Why? Okay.
Tight. Oh no. Delphine? Are you trapped? There you go.
What the? Ah!
Did you get stuck again?